Honorable members, when the business of this House suspended for the luncheon break, the Honorable Member for Yamacraw had the floor. The Chair now recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamacraw.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see my good friend for South Andres is back in this honorable place. And so I shall go through my presentation and I shall end as I began. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to stand yet again in this honorable House to give a report to the Bahamian people on the progress of my ministry, on the progress my ministry has made since we debated the 2020-2021 national budget. Much has transpired over the course of 2020. I feel blessed to be afforded the health and strength to stand before you today. However, I know that many Bahamians have been touched by the unprecedented public health and economic challenges we have collectively faced. As the representative for the people of Yamacraw and as the Minister of Financial Services, Trade and Industry and Immigration, these challenges have not been far removed. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, because of this reality, I have deepened my devotion to the people of Yamacraw and to the service of my fellow Bahamians. A resilient Bahamas. As we begun to realize the full extent and global reach of the COVID-19 pandemic, this administration presented a budget for the 2020-2021 fiscal year that spoke to resilience. I don't want to cover it. Thank you. As the member for Kalani reminded us, the Resilient Bahamas, a plan for restoration, was designed to allow the country to successfully weather the ravages of the coronavirus pandemic and emerge stronger and more resilient. The Resilient Bahamas plan articulated three primary objectives, and they are protecting the well-being of our citizens and residents, maintaining economic stability during the COVID-19-induced crisis, and planting the seeds for an accelerated recovery. Crucial to this plan was using this time to accelerate economic and government reforms in order to prepare the country for a robust recovery. Mr. Speaker, as ministers of government, these objectives provided a framework through which we could apply our ministry's missions to guide our nation through this crisis. When I stood here a year ago during the last midterm debate, I stated that it was my intention to bring greater synergy and interconnectivity to my ministry's portfolio. I believe that this synergy could leverage closer cooperation between departments to create an interdependency for the benefit of our economy, the protection of our borders, and the development of the nation as a whole. To that end, during the 2020-2021 budget debate, I returned to this honorable House with a newly defined vision and mission for my ministry, or rather the ministry for which I've been given responsibility. The Ministry of Financial Services, Trade and Industry and Immigration is responsible for providing vision, strategic direction, policy, and information related to the movement of financial resources, goods, and people. Our priorities are to protect, promote, and grow the Bahamian financial services sector, to expand opportunities for Bahamians to engage in international trade, and to facilitate the authorized movement of people for the benefit of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, today it is my intention to update the Bahamian people on how my ministry is planting the seeds for an accelerated recovery and providing vision, strategic direction, policy, and public information. Mr. Speaker, I will detail how we are working to protect, to promote, and grow the Bahamian financial services sector, expand opportunities for Bahamians to engage in international trade, and to facilitate the authorized movement of people in ways that not only secure our borders, but protect the people we serve, all for the benefit of the Bahamas as a people and its people. Mr. Speaker, ever since the pandemic reached our shores, my ministry has operated under a cross-departmental mandate dubbed Advancement Through Innovation, planting the seeds of an accelerated recovery in the difficult environment has meant that we cannot rely on business as usual. And despite the difficult environment, we must continue to advance. Our first virtual public event, had this vision as its title. When I reported on the work of my ministry to the Bahamian people during the ministerial report press conference, I led my presentation with the mandate. The departments and units that make up my ministry have embraced this mandate to push forward financial services. To realize this mandate in the Financial Services Department, a vital priority for the ministry has been to augment our available human capital to support implementation. After 5 years of limited human resource in executive leadership, we have brought on board a new team of experienced professionals, inclusive of a new director and the first ever deputy director of financial services. We have also prioritized the hiring of additional financial services officers. To ensure that all team members are aware of the latest trends and best practices, we have secured commitments from major financial services partners to provide training and relevant private sector to ensure full support of our staff. The newly assembled team in the Ministry of Financial Services has laid out a set of strategic priorities for the year ahead that is responsive to the current environment and to the administration's plan for a resilient Bahamas. These priorities include collaborating with investors, financial services stakeholders, and other government ministries, agencies, and departments to increase investment, entrepreneurial development, and job opportunities in the financial services sector, sustaining international and domestic confidence in the Bahamas financial services industry, and contributing to the industry's growth through strategic policy planning, continuing to engage with the industry and government on financial services legislation, regulations, policies, and practices, leading initiatives to promote and improve the public's understanding of the financial services industry, and investing in the country's human capital by promoting a system of continuing education for financial services practitioners. Even though this team is new, they have already begun to realize these priorities: financial services stakeholder engagement and promotion. Mr. Speaker, on May 20th, 2020, the ministry held its first virtual symposium to rave reviews. This was a collaborative effort involving the Ministry of Finance, the Office of the Attorney General, the Office of the Prime Minister, and the Securities Commission of the Bahamas. The attendance and responses from industry stakeholders, both local and abroad, was overwhelmingly positive. Not only has the symposium allowed us to effectively address engagement issues during the pandemic, but it also fits into the overall mandate for advancement through innovation, using digital mediums to reach our stakeholders. The next financial services virtual symposium is set scheduled for the 4th of March 2021 and is dubbed FinTech and Digital Tokens, Legislation, Regulation, and Practice in the Bahamas. And Mr. Speaker, I brought a copy of the flyer that that is now, we've sent out around the Bahamas and indeed the region and the world. And we have more than 400 participants already registered to participate in this discussion. And so we have leading this initiative is our illustrious Deborah C. Watson, the Director of Financial Services. She's just been brought on board. Christine Roll, who's the Executive Director of the Securities Commission. Mr. Christian Adley, who's the Head of Policy Research and Compliance for the Securities Commission. Everybody knows Miss Aaliyah Allen, partner in Graham Thompson. Miss Grace Lindo, she comes out, she's from Jamaica. And then a brilliant young Bahamian gentleman in the person of Mr. Brian Jones. And he's the Managing Director of Wealth Solutions Leno. Marvin Colby, co-founder and CEO of Rise Kenya. Dr. P. Gillian Bethel, she's the CEO of Island Bit, a brilliant young lady. Mr. C. Colby Chen, he's the Assistant Managing Director of Solutions, Central Bank. And then last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Stefan DeVoe, President, Caribbean Blockchain Alliance. So it promises to be very well attended and very informative. And we've sent it to all of our industry partners, Mr. Speaker.
400 already?
Yeah, over 400, yeah. Strategic policy planning for financial services. Mr. Speaker, just like the virtual event we are hosting through the ministry itself, we are working with our external partners at the Bahamas Financial Services Board to host a virtual policy action summit for the financial services industry. And it would be remiss of me if I didn't make mention, Mr. Speaker, of Ms. Tanya McCartney, the CEO of the Bahamas Financial Services Board, Mr. Murray, who is also the chairman of the Financial Services Board, and a lady who's near and dear to my heart, who was on a series sponsored by Guardian Radio 96.9. Mr. Shavago Lang held a week-long educational series on financial services. So Ms. Heather Thompson, a former partner in Higgs and Johnson, participated. Mr. Gowan Bose, Ms. Allison Gibson, former Attorney General, she was there, and a number of Bahamian professionals participated in the week-long presentation. And yesterday, I rounded it off. And I want to commend all of those professionals who came on, and I would advise anybody who's interested in financial services, trade, fintech, to get copies of those presentations. Extremely informative. So back to my speech. The last viable strategy for the industry was released in 2016 by BFSD, but both the local and global landscape has changed significantly since then. This change is not just because of COVID-19, but it is also driven by changes in the regulatory landscape and the increase in speed of technology and advancement in finance. Mr. Speaker, there is no better time to take an honest look at the current state of our financial services sector, benchmark our performance against our competitors, and plan for the sector's future as we manage our economic recovery. Therefore, we're inviting industry leaders, regulators, policymakers to gather virtually with the objective of mapping the future of the financial services sector. You know, when Ms. Allison Gibson spoke about the strategic plan, and she looked at what they'd done and the importance, and that whole series of this week looked at the importance of strategic planning and why we have to have a strategic plan, not just only for the financial services sector, but for all sectors in the Bahamas, inclusive of the government. This event will be held on the 24th and 25th of March, 2021. And once completed, the ministry and our partners at BFSD will present the outcome of this summit to my cabinet colleagues and to the Bahamian people. Legislative agenda for financial services. Mr. Speaker, while we are excited about the upcoming virtual policy summit, we are not waiting until then to advance crucial legislative changes vital to the growth of our financial services industry. Since 2016, industry stakeholders have awaited the passing of a compendium of amendments that would improve the ease of doing business from and within the Bahamas. These amendments included the Companies Amendment Bill 2020, the International Business Companies Amendment Bill 2020, the Property Execution of Deeds and Documents Bill 2020, the Rules Against Perpetuities Abolition Bill 2020, and the Foundations Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to report to the Bahamian people that this House passed these bills in December 2020. These bills were then sent to the Governor General's desk, and thereafter were gazetted and became law. My ministry is focused on creating a 21st century legislative framework for the long-term stabilization and growth of the financial services sector. Our goal is to keep the sector in good standing and promote the Bahamas as a user-friendly international financial services center of excellence. Promotion of financial services. Thank you. As I'm sure you can tell, Mr. Speaker, our partnership with the Bahamas Financial Services Board has never been stronger. We are thankful for our good working relationship and our mutual advancement. As with strategic policy planning, we continue to work with the Bahamas Financial Services Board to promote the Bahamas as one of the world's top financial services center. With the support of the Ministry of Financial Services, BFSB has partnered with local and international agencies to host a number of virtual events and facilitate our industry's inclusion in international publications, which include the BFSB's annual Gateway magazine, the release of the International Investment 2020 Special Bahamas Report, the highlighting of opportunities and trends for Bahamas captives in the Captive Insurance Times, and a feature in the International Investor magazine. Once again, with our partner at BFSB, we are leveraging all avenues to highlight that the Bahamas is still the clear choice, even during these uncertain times. Alternate dispute resolution. And Mr. Speaker, every time I come to speak to alternate dispute resolution, I must make mention of a brilliant young Bahamian lady who joined us about 6 months ago and has been championing the cause, obviously on a strong foundation laid by others for financial services, for alternate dispute resolution in the person of consultant Ms. Theomony Nottage. Mr. Speaker, as we shore up the financial services industry, we see the opportunity to grasp new opportunities in areas that have long been talked about, but not substantively pursued. Excuse me. We have heard for quite some time that alternate dispute resolution, or ADR, could provide for new avenues of economic growth and employment. This is yet another initiative in which we have made a conscious decision to invest through capacity building. Mr. Speaker, the ADR unit was formed in mid-August 2020. In the 6 months since its inception, the unit has developed a comprehensive 2-year strategic plan that sets out its quarterly goals and objectives for 2020-2022. A strategic plan for the development of ADR in the Bahamas. The 2-year strategic plan, the Bahamas as a center for international arbitration and other forms of alternate dispute resolution, sets out the following. The historical background of past consultancies, the work done in relation to the Permanent Court of Arbitration, the International Commercial Arbitration Survey, the International Commercial Arbitration Executive Council of the Bahamas, the training of technical staff, and the establishment of the Bahamas Arbitration Center. Mr. Speaker, the two-year strategic plan also sets out the rationale for establishing the Bahamas as a center for international arbitration. International arbitration has become an important tool for economic development that some have argued is directly connected to the increase in economic growth through foreign direct investment. In London, the combined value of international arbitration that takes place has been recorded at 40 to 50 billion US dollars per year, significantly contributing to the income of legal and dispute resolution services providers, as well as the wider service economy. We are now positioning the Bahamas to get its slice of the pie. Developing the Bahamas' reputation as a leading international center for international arbitration, and ADR can result in increased foreign direct investment flows and opportunities for local professionals. Consequently, the Bahamas must find ways to open its doors to a global economy that allows professional exchanges that foster growth as well as cross-border cooperation and partnership. One way we can achieve this is through international arbitration, ADR, an industry that has the potential to create millions of dollars within the local economy. This is not to mention the ways that ADR will transform dispute resolution within the Bahamas by easing the burden on the courts and allowing for less expensive, more accessible, and faster resolution of many matters without having to go before the court. And Mr. Speaker, during our consultation, we spoke directly to the present Chief Justice, Sir Brian Murray, and he reliably informed us that the court is friendly to this whole procedure. And I want to commend the court for the work that they're doing now to involve ADR in the whole process of the court's function. And as you're a practicing attorney, any number of matters that come before the court, even in a non-regulated, where we don't have the laws, magistrates and judges were inviting persons to go and use mediation and arbitration to settle these matters, especially in family matters. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the two-year strategic plan sets out in detail the following: the goals and objectives, the strategic partners we need to achieve these goals and objectives, and a timeline to achieve those goals and objectives. ADR unit, first quarter goals. This strategic plan has been crucial to the advancement of our efforts to realize the Bahamas as an international center for ADR. For the first quarter of 2021, the plan has set out the following goals: to host a successful ADR symposium, to create a clear policy statement in relations to ADR and the PCA, the Permanent Court of Arbitration, to make Permanent Court of Arbitration members of the court appointment, to make those appointments, to introduce the International Commercial Arbitration Council of the Bahamas as the Alternative Dispute Resolution Council of the Bahamas, and to make the relevant appointments, and to pass and enact the International Commercial Arbitration Bill. And I see the member for Finance is here, and he was responsible, along with others, in preparing that bill and laying it in the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I can report that prior to the completion of the two-year strategic plan in November 2020, several meetings were held with industry stakeholders between mid-August 2020 and October 2020. Meetings were held with members of the Chartered Institute of Arbitration, Bahamas branch, CARB Bahamas, who are also instrumental in drafting the following: the International Commercial Arbitration Bill 2018, the Domestic Arbitration Bill, and the International Mediation Bill. The ADR unit is also in the process of scheduling meetings with other industry stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, at the end of November 2020, the ADR unit began to plan its virtual symposium, dubbed Alternate Dispute Resolution, and the Bahamas, charting a new course, which took place on the 21st January 2021. The virtual symposium featured 3 panels as follows, which dealt with the role of industry stakeholders, the legislative agenda, and education, training, and networking. And I want to thank the learned Chief Justice for leading that process and the Honorable Prime Minister for showing political will in participating and outlining the policy position behind ADR and international arbitration in the Bahamas. Over 210 participants registered for the event, and through our post-event survey, we received very positive feedback. Participants described the virtual symposium as timely and well presented, while speakers were described as eloquent, knowledgeable on the material, and engaging. In particular, one comment stood out, and I quote, "Excellent presenters focus on trying to chart a way forward in an area where the Bahamas has done much talking over the last 20 years, but has not made any real movement as an international center." Mr. Speaker, this comment truly characterized what we are trying to achieve with the ministry's new ADR unit and our renewed effort in relations to international arbitration and ADR. This is advancement through innovation in practice, bringing real progress and action to an issue that others have only talked about. And I don't say that to be disrespectful in any way, because we stand on their shoulders. People are interested and excited about the ministry's plan for the Bahamas as a center for international arbitration and ADR, and the opportunities that will emerge for Bahamian professionals. This is what our government means by planting the seeds for a robust recovery, trade, and industry. Mr. Speaker, in opening the mid-year budget debate, the member for Kalani noted that according to the International Monetary Fund, our primary trading partners have seen significant economic contraction. The U.S., or the United States of America's economy has contracted by 3.4%, while the Canadian economy experienced a 5.5% contraction. Despite the challenging economic environment, not just here at home, but across the globe, new opportunities are becoming available for businesses which represent an opportunity for change. Mr. Speaker, my ministry has been working to facilitate the inclusion of micro and small Bahamian businesses in economic recovery by increasing awareness on the opportunities in our international trading. The trade and industry-related policy will play a significant role in our economic recovery. We are living in an era of globalization and digitization, and the Bahamian businesses should be empowered to export their goods and services to customers abroad. A plan to move the economy forward through trade. And Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not make mention of another phenomenal, highly intelligent Bahamian in the person of Director Brickell Pinder. We just brought her on. We had not a director for some years. And she came in and she hit the ground running, planning, and has already had a few symposiums. Mr. Speaker, the Trade and Industry Unit has developed a 3-step plan to support recovery. Firstly, the unit is working with industry to promote awareness on opportunities in trade agreements. Secondly, engaging business supporting organization on trade opportunities. And finally, linking the Industries Encouragement Act to local businesses. Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that Bahamians who are considering investing in the manufacturing sector should be armed with the knowledge of all the trade deals that they can take advantage of or to tap into international markets. This includes knowledge of the existing trade deals with the United States, Canada, the European Union, as well as new trade deals with the UK that came into effect on January 1st. Another important step is the provision of sector-specific market information to business supporting organizations. This involves the development of reports to give insight into general provisions of trade agreements and how interested parties can gain access for goods and services. Mr. Speaker, we are also working to equip organizations like the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce and the Employers Confederation, the Small Business Development Center, and the Bahamas Agricultural and Industrial Corporation with the information they need to engage their stakeholders on the potential of international trade. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we are also working to facilitate leverages between the Industries Encouragement Act and micro, small, and medium enterprise within the green, blue, and orange economy. Excuse me. The Industries Encouragement Act provides duty-free concessions for importation of machinery, raw materials, and building supplies for locally based manufacturers, as well as exemptions for real property tax. By facilitating these links, we can ensure that our manufacturers are taking advantage of all opportunities for reduced duties on raw materials and other imports, lowering the cost of operation for many local manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, the unit did not come up with these three-step plans on their own, nor does this plan solely reflect what we believe the business community needs. Instead, the plan is being designed in response to the communicated needs of the business community we serve. My ministry, along with the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce, surveyed 100 Bahamian businesses to determine the best way to engage them as we move to ratify the UK-Bahamas Economic Partnership Agreement. 70% of respondents were interested in exporting goods to the UK, but the main obstacles reported were as follows. 1, finding information on market opportunities and import requirements, connecting with buyers, and logistical issues. Mr. Speaker, step 1 and 2 of our 3-step plan addresses these information gaps and will better prepare Bahamian businesses to compete in the global market. The end results of these initiatives will be broader ownership opportunities for everyone and a more robust and resilient economy with more Bahamian businesses tapping into international markets for Bahamian-made products. Mr. Speaker, in response to the request from stakeholders for more trade information, the Trade and Industry Unit has taken a number of steps, and they are as follows. The unit established a trade newsletter in December 2020 to raise awareness among stakeholders and the general public on national, regional, and international trade issues. The Trade and Industry newsletter is now published monthly and is available on the ministry's website. A high-level symposium was hosted in October 2020 on the UK CARIFORUM Economic Partnership Agreement. The trade unit is also planning webinars during March 2021 with selected industry stakeholders on the service sector, including architects and engineers, accountants, lawyers, to educate service providers on opportunities in the EU based on market intelligence reports prepared by the CARIFORUM Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, we are also we are also making progress on step 2, providing business support organizations with market intelligence report on areas of interest, and they include, in cooperation with TradeCom, an agency of the European Union, the trade unit worked with industry stakeholders to prepare a proposal to investigate market opportunities for rum export to the EU, with the end goal of aggressively expanding the Bahamas' share of the global rum market. As it relates to step 3, facilitating linkages between the Industry Encouragement Act and micro and small and medium enterprises, the unit has sought to make it easier for new and existing registrants to connect with the unit. In this regard, we have established a dedicated email address to facilitate the renewal of approvals for existing registrants under the Industries Encouragement Act, so the renewal request can be submitted electronically and registrants don't have to come into the office. Also, the unit is planning a webinar slated for March 18, 2021, with the Ministry of Finance, the Customs Department, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources on concessions available to small and medium-sized manufacturers. This will support persons interested in developing businesses in these key areas. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note here that the unit is engaged in an ongoing initiative to improve the ease of doing business across all sectors, ensuring that we are advancing through innovation. In keeping with that mandate, the ministry is improving access to applicants under the Industries Encouragement Act and improving the speed of processing requests. New registrants under the Industries Encouragement Act can apply and pay online for concessions via the Industries Encouragement Act page on the official website. Local manufacturers will enjoy a faster process that gives quicker access to related tax relief and concessions. Mr. Speaker, because we have given special attention to improving the Industries Encouragement Act application process, the ministry has granted hundreds of thousands of dollars in concessions since July 2020. The Trade Legislative Review and Change. Mr. Speaker, for our third step plan to work, we must create a legislative and regulatory environment where trade is supported and encouraged, not stifled. We are collaborating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Office of the Attorney General, Customs Department, Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources, Standards Bureau, and other agencies to look at existing trade agreements and new opportunities to increase trade in goods and services. The unit is currently working along with the Office of the Attorney General and the Law Reform Commission to review existing intellectual property and competition policies. And of course, on the horizon, we have the nation's eventual accession to the World Trade Organization, which will bring even more trade opportunities for local businesses. Other trade matters. Mr. Speaker, our trade unit has been busy implementing its three-step plan, but there are other trade matters the ministry has been advancing as well. I have already mentioned the UK CARIFORUM Economic Partnership Agreement. Through the diligent effort of the trade unit's team, the Bahamas successfully deposited its instrument to provisionally apply and exchange notes to facilitate trade between CARIFORUM and the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland on the 1st of January 2021, following the exit of the United Kingdom from the European Union. These formal arrangements will ensure that exports from the Bahamas continue to benefit from the duty-free access to the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. Without these agreements, Mr. Speaker, Bahamian businesses exporting to the UK and Northern Ireland would be at a grave disadvantage compared to their CARICOM counterparts. The trade unit is presently preparing for the 5-year review of the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, EPA. This review takes place every 5 years to ensure that the objectives of the agreements are being met. In cooperation with the Law Reform Commission, the Office of the Attorney General, and the CARIFORUM Secretariat, several priority pieces of draft legislation are undergoing a gap analysis to ensure that commitments in the EPA are met. The objective is to ratify the CARIFORUM EU and CARIFORUM UK EPA by second quarter 2021. I turn now to immigration. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to express gratitude to those officers who worked very hard on the front line in the immigration department, led by the effervescent and overly energetic director, Mr. Clarence Russell, in whom I have implicit confidence. Mr. Speaker, I will now close with a report on our efforts in the Department of Immigration. This is truly a case of last, but certainly not least. My ministry is well aware that the issue of immigration remains one of national importance. Historically, when nations face economic challenges, immigration takes on a renewed significance for its citizenry. The Bahamas is no different. While COVID-19 has impacted operations in many unforeseen ways, we have put great effort into upholding the law, thereby protecting the fundamental dignity of the human person and protecting our borders. The ministry has made it a top priority to continue regular repatriation exercises to ensure that our facilities are not overrun by the influx of migrants entering the country illegally. We have repatriated 964 migrants in 2020 and 274 thus far in 2021. For our detention center, the department sought and acquired the skills and services of a former police physician, now on staff at the detention center, with qualified medical support, nursing, and nursing assistant staff. New COVID-19 protocols and policies are being instituted, managing visitations at the detention center for the protection of staff and persons who we have detained there, who are totally reliant on the agency for their protection while in protective custody. Mr. Speaker, along with protecting our borders, we see the need to protect those who rely on our services. Similarly, there are opportunities to manage immigration in a way that can grow our economy, either through improving the ease of doing business or introducing new ways to increase government revenue and investments through immigration, improving customer service at the Department of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Department of Immigration moved quickly to implement safety procedures. The agency was the first in the public service to employ the use of thermometers for staff and customers alike. It was also the first to set up standalone sanitizer stations in all high traffic areas, and the first to implement the mass installation of plexiglass partitions at all major ports of entry and at the headquarters. Mr. Speaker, we heard the cry for better customer service and efficiency at the Department of Immigration, and I take this opportunity to thank Mr. Spence Finlayson, who has assisted us with a rigorous customer relations training, and also in response, the Department of Immigration launched an internal secret shopper program where secret shoppers use department services and reported. Okay, thank you. In response, the Department of Immigration launched an internal secret shopper program where secret shoppers used the department's services and reported on the quality of services received, the integrity of the process, and adherence to all protocols and laws. And to speak, I would like to thank industry. What we did at the Immigration Department, led by immigration officers and the entire ministry, is to establish a program called the Secret Shopper Program. It is external to the department, and that program is designed to assess even the minister. So strict instructions have been given that staff should not be a part of it. And so there are members of the public who we may not know. I can tell you that the immigrant community is a part of it. BFSB has lent their assistance in doing it. So persons coming into the Bahamas, are getting information from the airport. We know they've been on the gate at the department, or we know that they have applications going to the ministry, and they're assessing them. They're going to work along with the University of the Bahamas to produce a comprehensive report to show us how we can improve the products and services that we give. In this initiative, coupled with the revitalization of our complaints and corruption unit, support our objective of maintaining the highest standards of excellence in service and ethics. We recently appointed an officer to head the complaints and corruption unit. All complaints received by the Department of Immigration have been accepted in confidence and thoroughly investigated. Staff found wanting of either being lawfully prosecuted or being subjected to disciplinary action, in some instances leading to dismissal through due process. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend private citizens who have been assisting us. We had in one particular instance, a gentleman came and had a discussion with us, and then we contacted the commercial crime section of the police force, and we were able to settle that matter in the best interest of that individual. So he was able to receive his funds back from an individual who pretended that he had some connection with the department. And then they're now dealing with that person in the department where he or she is. So I want to commend those persons in the public sector who are really helping us out. The department has also delivered on its goal for full implementation of a cashless transaction system. And again, I want to thank BFSB. We set up a steering committee involving industry, BFSB, some technical persons from outside, and the department was very welcoming in that. We looked at the agreement, and we were able to sit together and work. And now we have a strategic plan as to when we will the immigration department will be fully digitized. And I do recall when we made mention of going cashless, someone said from the community said, you're going to have a pushback. But rather than having a pushback, persons celebrated that they can go online and they can pay and they don't have to come back. And I want to commend again Sanant and other persons before him who are working assiduously to digitize the department. Because you can imagine a system, Mr. Speaker, where you don't have to worry about lost documents anymore. You can, a young officer said to me, we're at the point now where you can bring documents and give it to them and they can upload them. Well, let them stay at home. Let them stay in the comforts of their office and upload those documents. Once they're in due form, we accept them and we'll speed the process for economic permanent residency on all of the different applications that we have. As the member for Kalani reminded this Honorable House, the digitization of the government services and the continued focus on improving the ease of doing business are major elements of the administration's economic plan. Okay. As part of the mandate and goal for 2021-2022, the Director of Immigration has prioritized full digitization of department, as well as the incorporation of a fully online portal. The Immigration Integrated Management System, or IIMS, is equipped to interact with the Treasury and provide access to cashless payment methods for all services. The benefits of the system include improved efficiency resulting in shorter wait times and reduced opportunities for corruption due to transactions being traceable, leaving no room for secret deals or theft. This is a part of our zero tolerance policy for corruption. The cashless platform launched in October 2020 As part of the ongoing implementation of the IIMS system, on March 31st, applicants will be able to apply online for renewal of long-term work permits and long-term work permits and permits to reside. This will include processing fees payment online, the ability to upload photos, the ability to upload documents, the option to review the application, and full application submissions. And I do recall when I first became the Minister for Finance, the member of Finance had a long list. And on that list were persons who were complaining that their birth certificates went missing, whole files went missing. And I still get those complaints. And Mr. Speaker, there's not an intention to scan in all of the historical files. And Mr. Speaker, as we are digitizing this process, this is where we're finding Bahamians who don't know that they're married. We're finding Bahamians who have people in their employment and they don't know that they're employing people. We're finding files where 3 persons or 2 persons, one lady came in and she said, this is my husband here, but this is not my husband in the back. And so a lot of things, digitization will help to cure. We will know now when persons cross the border and someone did not stamp their passport. And so I want to commend the department for its keen interest in having this work done. By June 20th, 2021, we expect that applicants will be able to apply for the renewal of short-term work permits and resident spouse permits. And, Mr. Speaker, by September 30th, 2021, the online portal will support applications for all 13 permit types. Can you imagine like the St. Anne's did at the passport office? Not the passport office. Now we have an immigration department or a ministry where all the applications, you could be in the Republic of Haiti, you could be in China, Dubai, wherever have you. You want a system where you can upload those. And the other thing that we're working to do, Mr. Speaker, to have a system that's integrated with the FIU and Interpol, where once someone uploads an application, I always celebrate the investment by Mr. Franklin Wilson and his team in Eleuthera. Can you imagine a system where once you stamp, record all the documents, you upload that economic permanent residence in the system, and we can almost give you a provisional approval in a day, because a provisional approval in a day, subject to due diligence requirement, because we're quickly able to check persons out. At our Monarch House location, in accordance with the mandate for advancement through innovation, as of November 2020, those applying for citizenship or permanent residence now have the option of enrolling their applications at the naturalization unit at Monarch House. Monarch House is now a one-stop shop for permanent residence and citizenship applications, where applicants can enroll, pay, and collect their documents without undue delay. But pretty soon we want, Mr. Speaker, that they would be able to enroll from home or the comforts of their office. Mr. Speaker, economic permanent residence has and continues to be a means by which we facilitate meaningful foreign investment in the Bahamas, as people seek to reside as well as do business from within the Bahamas. People choose to live and work from the Bahamas, create employment opportunities and create employment opportunities for Bahamians. By imposing the integrity and efficiency of the application process, we are working to ensure that we uphold our standards while bolstering investment and economic development. The Deputy Director of Financial Services, Ms. Brandis Donkinson, is leading the transformation at Monarch House, and given a strong legal background and experience in financial services industry, we are realizing an opportunity to enhance the efficiency at which these applications are processed. And Mr. Speaker, I must be extremely honest. We have a backlog. There's no credible reason why individuals who, for all intents and purposes, would have met the due diligence requirements to be waiting a year. You get complaints that they're waiting 2 years. And so we have to, and I know that my predecessor had the very same concern, and it was the reason why along with the staff of immigration, Monarch House was created to deal with this, not just economic permanent residents, but persons applying for citizenship and work permits. If we want to have the competitive edge, we must improve the level of efficiency with which we do this. So that the plan is to gather all those applications, work with the department, work with industry, work with my predecessor, so that we can carry them through. You have persons who are wanting to set up family businesses in the Bahamas. There's no excuse for a multi-billionaire to want or millionaire to say, I want to move everything to the Bahamas. When you look at the upheavals in Latin America, what's happening in Taiwan, Hong Kong, our energies and the energies of BFSB it's telling persons to come to the Bahamas. But if you create that environment through our location, our judiciary, our people, or what we call our value proposition, we must have the facilities to marshal these documents through in a very quick and an efficient way. And I must admit that the speed and the pace at which we do it, I'm not satisfied, and there's much room for improvement. I commend the members of the Immigration Department and the staffing who are working assiduously to greatly improve the time with which we build. And I want to commend industry for knowing that we can do better and demanding that we do better. The naturalization unit is now outfitted with scanners, biometric machines, and other equipment to facilitate the processing of citizenship and permanent residence applications. Applicants can call to schedule appointments for enrollment, and walk-ins are received on a first-come, first-served basis. This additional facility has been met with rave reviews from the general public. Mr. Speaker, in response to the Economic Recovery Committee's recommendation, the Department of Immigration, in partnership with the Ministry of Tourism, launched the Bahamas Extended Access Travel Stay, or BEAT, program in October 2020. This program also falls under the remit of the Naturalization Unit. The BEATS initiative is essentially a rebranding of our existing annual permit to reside. However, it allows persons to work and study remotely from within the Bahamas, while providing opportunities for them to immerse themselves in the culture and hospitality of our family island. And as an update, Mr. Speaker, I can report that most of the individuals who have applied and been approved for the BEAT visa originated from the North American region, with the majority applying to work remotely and have their families reside in the Bahamas with them. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the government continues to explore and review the specifics of the Nationality, Immigration, and Asylum Bill that will address long-standing issues of statelessness, citizenship for those born to non-Bahamians and parents in the Bahamas. We hope to engineer a fair process for people to apply for citizenship with a clear cutoff date for those who do not prioritize applying for citizenship. And I must report that I think it was a week before last, I met with Dame Anita Allen, along with a brilliant lady by the name of Ms. Lucilla with Lindor. We went through the entire bill again. I commend again Sinan for the hard work that he would have done while at the ministry. I asked for some slight additions. I asked them to bring, in terms of the regulations for the bill, to look at the police disciplinary provisions and see whether or not we can bring those over. And so they're tidying that up with the intent to have that bill laid in the House of Assembly. And when it's laid, there has been extensive public consultation with the Bahamas Bar Association, BFSB, the Chamber of Commerce, all of the immigrant communities on this bill. And for being up on the website, I was advised persons who are interested in it to please have a look. And if you have any recommendations, send them in. I had a conversation today. Applications are taken on a individual basis, and they're considered based on the application itself. For instance, I met a young man His application was finished he's a Bahamian, going through the process on the Bahamas national football team. They brought this young man to me, and he was depressed. He could not go away with the team. And so a gentleman called me and says, Mr. Johnson, I said, bring the young man, let me speak to him. We found that the process was already completed, but he just needed to be sworn in. We arranged that. He's now on his way to represent the Bahamas. And when you see this young man, listen, the young boy is a Bahamian. And I told him that he must enjoy every aspect of being a Bahamian. And when he goes to play on that field, kick that ball like a Bahamian will kick it and get some goals for the Bahamas. We are designing legislation that will protect the sovereignty of the Bahamas while also ensuring that we protect fundamental human rights. Immigration promotion. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to promotion and recruitment, recommendations for promotions of immigration officers from the rank of trainee, and Mr. Speaker, I can understand how someone could be a trainee for more than 10 years. Immigration officers straight up to assistant, straight up to assistant director has been submitted to the Ministry of Public Service. And once you become a trainee, when I was a police officer, after a certain time, you migrate into the next rank. Or if there's something so egregious against you, then you have to exit. But by and large, we're working to have that done. It is anticipated that the exercise will be completed by the end of this budget year. The department is also seeking to acquire space in close proximity to headquarters to continue education, training, and ongoing refresher courses for all immigration staff. Immigration is change. It's more than just, and we realize that the department is calling for it. It's more than just stamping a work permit. It is you're now dealing with terrorists, money launderers. These are the persons on the front line who've been, human smuggling, who's been statutorily empowered to do this work. Persons coming across the border, sometimes armed. We know that we find persons coming across with drugs, persons who are smuggling persons or attempting to traffic persons. So we have to train, and I want to commend DFSC, AIBT, and other institutions, the police force, who have been doing a phenomenal job for agreeing to come in with that training. So this training session for the cohort of officers that we're intending to bring in will be extremely diverse, because the immigration officer is an ambassador, because he is the first point of call, and he can also be an executioner, because he's to protect those persons or lives at the border, and he's been given the powers of a police officer under the Police Act for investigating all matters against the Immigration Act. We are likewise preparing to accommodate the training of some 200 recruits in 2021. The department relies on officers to carry out the mandate to protect our borders. For our officers to do the best job they can, morale must remain high. And in the circumstances, I would like to just call you have a Miss Katura Ferguson, Miss Major Smith. I shouldn't even start calling them. No, let me leave names. So, but all of those officers, during Dorian, who rescued people in Abaco, and you were there on North Abaco. They took the bus and they went out in the streets and rescued persons. They're still doing an excellent job in protecting the fundamental dignity of the human persons who come here and who live and work in the Bahamas. They have not always gotten a fair shake, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a particular magazine that tried to present a certain picture about immigration officers. Pictures weren't even taken in the Bahamas, but it pretended as if immigration officers were out there beating persons, throwing firearms on persons, setting attack dogs on persons. When I asked, why did you do it? They said they just did it for whatever they call it. I said it was not true. You don't do that to people. To my mind, Mr. Speaker, I think it equated to group defamation. You can defame an individual as well as you can defame a group. And so to send out a magazine around the world that have a bloodied lady standing in the front of police officers, or to have police officers breaking down doors and knowing full well that those pictures were not taken in the Bahamas, and then take that to international human rights agencies and say this is what is the observer who's unaware of where those pictures are. Because when you take and you show it to the average, this is not in the Bahamas. But then you see on the front that it paints a picture as if it was taken in the Bahamas. And they've had to suffer through that. And I'm not saying that some officers have not made mistakes, and they've made, you've seen officers before the court. But you don't unreasonably, you don't knowingly do those type of things to people and then say they don't worth anything. And then let me say about the detention center I was the Minister of State in the Office of the Attorney General when I went to Jamaica. And the things I heard about the detention center, the first thing I did when I became minister was take the media down to see the detention center. And the persons weren't even aware. They didn't even do sufficient research to find out that the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights had commended the former minister and others for the work that they had done at the detention center. And I met the young man. He said, I met him at a restaurant. He said, oh, Mr. Johnson. I said, oh, you're the man who went to Jamaica and told all those lies. Rats, roaches, this, that. You see him. You can go online and get the photo and see the persons who do that. And then you have persons who are part of that group saying that they want to be Bahamian citizens. How do you, a country that is dependent on foreign direct investment, on 7 million tourists coming to this country to participate, whenever you want to travel, you do your risk analysis to find out if the country that you're going to go to is a fit and proper country to go to. But no Bahamian is entitled to go and do that. And that's why when I saw an old Bahamian man, I call him I can't use that word, but a derelict. You don't, maybe you're a senior man. You don't go about with young people and let them berate your country like that. And he came to me at that session, and I said, man, I can't shake your hand. You know, and to my mind, he has to apologize to this country for what he did. And I make no apology for that. We have made tremendous improvements. So I want to thank all of the immigration officers for all that you do. We have made tremendous improvements to physical environment of the immigration headquarters for the staff, comfort, and morale. This effort commenced prior to 2020 and is ongoing. Mr. Speaker, I've taken my time to give an account for my stewardship as the Minister of Financial Services, Trade and Immigration. There's still room for improvement. We're pushing through with digitization, with training. We brought on staff in the trade, financial services, and ADR units to push. We're working with industry partners. The conference that we're going to have very shortly will be carried on fintech, would be carried around the Caribbean, around the region, and indeed around the world. And what I said to the director, gravy indulgence, what I said to the director is that when we set the pace, you will see industry partners around the region now setting up their own fintech symposiums. Because we're saying to the world now what we're doing, and while we're doing that, we're also forecasting the talent that we have in the Bahamas in terms of fintech. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm just using my cell phone just to tell you, just to highlight. So in March, as I said, and you'll see it going around on social media, please save the date. March 24th to 25th, 8 a.m. to 12 noon, 2020 International Financial Services Strategy Summit. And then, as I said earlier, there's a webinar. We're doing a number of symposiums, and all of the directors know that we have to constantly engage with the use of information technology. The Trade Department is doing a webinar, Manufacturing in the Bahamas, Concessions and Tax Breaks for Local Businesses. And that's going to be on the 18th of March, 2021. Who should attend? Entrepreneurs, manufacturers, investors, and artisans. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I'm prepared to go on radio talk shows. I've been on Mr. McCartney to give an account for my stewardship. Mr. Speaker, I shall now give an account, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, of some of the things that we've been doing in the Yamacraw constituency. Mr. Speaker, on becoming MP for the Yamacraw constituency, we met with the Ministry of Works, and we've developed a cogent relationship with water and sewage. I have the chairman of speed dial and the Department of Environmental Health. So we did an assessment of the entire community. I could tell you we know where there are drainage problems. We know where there's a need for speed bumps. We know where there's a need for speed bumps. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we did a strategic analysis of the lights that are off in Yamakro. So if you drive to Yamakro and you see a red tape around a lamp pole, that means it's not working. We took that report, which itemized the lights, the streets where they're located, and we sent that to BPL. And we're working with our partners in the private sector to assist us with repairing those lights. And so we're putting in speed bumps. We have a girls' club. We're developing a boys' club. We have already had 2 meetings for the boys' club. The remediation of the park. What we did on the park, if you go through Yamakro, you'll realize that the parks are painted in the flag colors. And then we painted the flags on the wall. So everybody would see the Bahamian flag, because the intention is to give young people an appreciation for the commitment, loyalty, and patriotism that's needed for a country. So we've done that structural analysis. We've been working, we're big on literacy. And so we've been continuing to have, we could not have the summer camps and the back to school events that we would want to. So we were able to have donated to us some 300 devices, and we worked closely with the Minister of Education for those who we couldn't provide devices for. We continue to have town hall meetings, Mr. Speaker. The last one we had was as a result of shootings in the Elizabeth Estates area. And so we had Dr. David Allen and Mr. Saul Cash, Senior Assistant Commissioner for Crime, who came and they sat on that panel in the community. We have a senior citizens program. We've been working to keep Yamakro clean. So we have a group that moves around throughout the community. We don't pay them much, but they basically volunteer. So they cut down overhanging trees. We've gotten 2 record drivers in the community, and from the funds that we get, the quarterly funds that we get from the government, they are removing derelict vehicles for us. We want to thank the Stokes family for assisting with the removal of the building that was once there. We have the largest backyard farm in the Yamakro community. And when we harvest, we have instructions from South Andros to leave some on the step. We do that. And so we have a visitation group. We have a tractor. You don't pay the person who owns the tractor must, but he's basically volunteered it. And so on Saturdays when we are moving about any vacant property, he goes around, he cleans the property up. We have more than $50,000 worth of band equipment. Some of my police friends, and we try to keep it as apolitical as possible, have joined with us, and some of the persons to assist. And we're starting those classes virtually, but we have our equipment. They're now in storage because we couldn't do it because of the COVID-19. We've given out masks. We've been cleaning up and doing other things in the community. We've also been putting out dumpsters. And Mr. Speaker, we are able, Mr. Speaker, to account for the $2,500 that we get every month. $1,200 of that $2,500 per month goes for rent for the headquarters. And obviously, you know, you have light and all of the other things associated with the place that we rent. So we thank those in the community who volunteer funds to help that going. We get $25,000 quarterly, Mr. Speaker. And when you hear me talk about putting out dumpsters, we work arrangements with persons who would come in to put in dumpsters. There was a park in Yamakro that had no light. I haven't forgotten you. We're going to... There's this gentleman who came in and fixed all the lights. He said, Johnson, I'll fix the lights. You're on a payment schedule. He called me last week. He said, I ain't putting no pressure. But if you could put something on the bill, we're going to put something on the bill. And let me tell you, I don't know his business. But this gentleman assists everybody. He's on Nassau Street opposite the show. If anybody wants electrical work to be done, Mr. Paul Smith. Sorry, Mr. Paul Smith. Call Mr. Paul Smith. We were having the town hall meeting. He's a good police reservist. We're having a town hall meeting, and the light and all of Dr. David Allen knows is coming. Right at the Elizabeth Estates Park. And I didn't know what we was going to do because we had already run out of money. And somebody called, and I told one of my friends what was happening. He says, okay, Mr. Johnson, don't worry. And he made a few calls. And when I looked, the bucket truck pulled up, and it was Mr. Paul Smith. Came and he did that. And he did it free of charge. And he does it all the time. And he isn't doing it. Let me just say this. He isn't doing it because he's expecting something to come back. Both sides could speak to the integrity of Mr. Paul Smith. And what I like about him is his work speaks for him. And so if you have difficulties in your community or in your private thing, this gentleman could perhaps give you a payment arrangement and take care. So he helped us out in Yamakro. I have to talk about him. I want to thank the police officers in Yamakro at the Elizabeth Estates police station for the work that they do in the community, Star Estates, and for everybody that pitched in. So I have an idea of, I hear people speaking. We've been working with the seniors, the girls, and the boys. And so we've done our best, Mr. Speaker, to be on the ground, to do town hall meetings, and to also have office hours. And I quite recall the Prime Minister said, if you aren't afraid or concerned about going to meet members in the community, he will be afraid and concerned about nominating you back into government. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for allowing me. I just want to say that, again, this government has demonstrated its commitment to the Bahamian people, our legislative agenda. And don't mind what persons say. A number, as you are aware, a number of legislations have been brought to the Bahamas. The Fiscal Responsibility Act, the Fisheries Act, the bill that assists the prison officers and the defense force officers to increase the retirement age. Those bills were supported. There are any number of other pieces of that we've laid, and I'm looking forward to debate. The Court Services Act, that has the force of the judiciary behind it. The bill that when I debated it for the amendment to the Bail Act, and you remember that magistrate judges, chief justice was saying this creates a difficulty. As a matter of fact, the late Justice Stephen Isaacs says it's causing young people to be angry because when they went for bail, they were denied bail for simple matters that the court says if you could try a person, sentence them, arraign them, why can't you do the bail application? And the court said it was a waste of time because we had to send it back. We passed that. And the land reform, Mr. Speaker, I read the white paper which spoke to land reform and the history, Mr. Speaker, of the difficulties that we have experienced in the Bahamas. And I also always like to refer to, and I can't leave, and listen out for this, because her father did that work for those ladies, Aldine and Bristol, Janetta Roll, and Virginia Roll. He did that case for free. I couldn't get it gratis. And you know what happened? I think I can tell you. He suffered for that, because he went against the oligarchy. Here is it a young man with family traveling to Cat Island where you had no hotel to go and assist persons who people thought very little of, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things I like to highlight with this is that it highlights that, and whereas, and I'm reading from the resolution, from the resolution note, and whereas she has been, and was speaking to the lady who applied to the Privy Council, and is prevented from appealing because all the documents relative to the appeal are missing from the files of that case in the Supreme Court of the Bahamas. This lady went to prison, 3 ladies went to prison, appealed to the Privy Council, and then all the files gone missing. And what I wanted to highlight, Mr. Speaker, and this is why I get on Cat Island so much, because this was such a low-hanging fruit. It says, and be it further resolved that the minister responsible for advising the Governor General on the exercise of the prerogative of mercy be required to take into consideration the availability. And so they talk about how you would give these women, these ladies reprieve and remove their name, give them clemency. But it also says, and this is what we have never been done. I call my friends and I say, can you identify a school that these ladies were, that the school was named after them because of what they did? Here is subsistence farmers standing against the powerful powers of the day. And my father always tell me, now be careful. Somebody had to get the message back to the Bahamas, to Nassau, that they went to get the proof. Because somebody talk on these ladies. But this is what the Parliament said. And that's why I held up this paper, When I came here, I saw Mark Fortchallard reading the memoirs of Celinda. Look at that. But this is what was done on the Progressive Liberal Party government. I'm being very fair. and be it further resolved that the Minister of Education and Culture be instructed to consider the availability of taking the necessary steps to acquire land at Old Bight, Cat Island, on which to erect secondary schools as a monument in honor of those residents of Old Bight who, through courage, patience, and sacrifice, have helped to bring the Bahamian people this far. This in the context where they were just using land to imprison people because you voted by how many pieces of land you had, and you had a gentleman like Mr. A.D. Hanna going to that island to represent these people, and in more than 15 years, that island didn't have the courage to name one of the schools in honor of these ladies when you talk about the women's suffrage movement. And that's why I celebrate today, Mr. Speaker, and I say, finally, Cat Island has somebody on the ground who has the vision to articulate a strategic development plan for the social, cultural, and economic advancement of that island. Looking at naming a school for these women who went to prison, who paid the price. We're now just laying legislation. I brought something to lay here today for everybody to have sight of. It's a paper done by Mr. Justice Neville Smith, and I'm going to have it copied and later. It's a bit tattered. And he looked at land reform. He referred to Mr. Paul Adley and what Mr. Adley was speaking about in that decision, Dennis James and Arwa Holmes, and what happened in there. How persons in the member for Angleton is a land expert. How they trumped up papers. And persons, I went as bar president, a lady said, you don't know what it is to work for years and find out you don't own the property. Don't own the property. And he did ask Cat Island to the lead. I mean, it's leading because I'm making sure that we hear it. Those ladies laid the foundation along with Mr. Hanna for land reform in the Bahamas. Then you had persons like Mr. Paul Adley, Mr. Smith, and all those coming behind. And this has been the trend of the member for Cat Island. And I come now again to South Andrew to say how no good it is, Mr. Speaker, how low down it is to treat a man the way you treat him. I mean, when political javelins are being thrown, and Mr. Speaker, you have to leap like you used to play basketball to your feet so that you can have settlement in this house. He stood up and he says, no, don't talk about my leader like that. When after the last general election, when the dust had been cleared, he was there. And he was always, listen, he walked around here when there was talk about myself running in Cat Island. He says, listen, man, and I can share this. He said, don't do that to my leader. When I sent out a note talking about Cat Island, oh my Cat Island, and looking at Cat Island, the historic, what I thought that both political parties had abandoned the land that I love. Both political parties had done it, had not treated it properly. Look at the ladies that I referred to in terms of land reform. Roads, bridges, docks, schools, entrepreneurial training for young people. I mean, was the deputy prime minister and didn't do it. And I see Minister of Works. And I missed out someone this morning. Davis Forbes Fort was never in doubt. Oh, Golden Isles. You're my brother, and I love you. I see you jump. Davis Forbes Fort never in doubt. Davis, Golden Isles Fort never in doubt. I mean, a gentleman told me, and I love this, I didn't know where it came from. Say what you like, do what you like. So Lyndon got all of us going his way. I mean, if you could celebrate, go to his graveside. Every speech, Sir Lyndon. On the dollar bill, Sir Lyndon. I mean, Sir Lyndon, Sir Lyndon, Sir Lyndon. And to have this, get up and say something. Just like I said about the most honorable Perry Gladstone Cliffsy. I question his dancing skills. The shuffle. But my God, if someone, he held an honorable office, and I don't care what you say about him. He paid the price. If you run in an election and you don't even succeed, I got respect for you. He paid the price. And when I see the Prime Minister, Mr. Perry Gladstone Christie, you know what I say? Mr. Prime Minister, how are you? One day I saw him and he said, Minister, I'd like to have a meeting with you. I said, sir, and please forgive me, Mr. Christie. I said, sir, you want to have a meeting with me? I said, is it urgent?
I come to you.
He says, no, sir, it's not urgent. I said, well, if it's not urgent, I said, sir, you see the officer who works with you? He and I, you're company. You and I, you're not company. He's man to me. You're a prime minister. I said, I told him, if it ain't urgent, you send a message with him to me. Then he told me what he wanted. I said, listen, anything you need at the ministry like that, you just send a message with your driver. It's going to be done. And when it becomes urgent, you then send a word, and I come to see you. I come to see you.
That's how we run things.
That's how you run things. You know, and that's how you do it. And that's how I treat members of parliament, whether former or present. Both sides. I wouldn't talk about. They're entitled to that type of respect. So
I went to a funeral and they tell me go in front of them, him and the former prime minister.
So if you hear something, so for myself, when I hear, I'm not saying, that's why I say you got to stand up for women and children. You have to stand up for women and children. But when I hear someone say, and I'm not questioning the veracity of what you say. When I hear someone says that Mr. Perry Gladstone Christie exposed himself to them, I say, give him the benefit of the doubt. I need the investigation. I become then like a Doubting Thomas. At least stand up and do that. Don't have South Andros going and people saying, oh, someone else here. All of a sudden, you ain't been to South Andros in all these years. You jump up like a bat out of hell, nearly missed the flight because you was halfway to Andros this morning and catch the flight midway to get there, to have big meeting and take pictures today. Nonsense. You have to beg him. This is a real man. And he demonstrates the steel of his strength by saying, you ain't gonna treat me like this. And Mr. Speaker, you were outside when I said this. I said, listen, this don't make Ellsworth Johnson. This don't make me. I know who I am. I grew up on Cat Island. I had to go grind corn at the mill and do all those different things. Say you ain't gonna starve, this is how we do it. And we don't envy people for what they have. And many times when you see a fella have plenty, when you hear how he get, he say, Jesus Christ, I'm happy for the position you put me in.
We know what it is to leave the white rice on the fire.
He was wrong for what? He was wrong for not standing up for South Andros. He was wrong for not standing up for and saying something about Mr. Perry Gladstone Christie. He was wrong. Sir Lyndon? Phil Smith sings a song about Sir Lyndon Oscar Pinland. You know, listen, my father always told me about the night of the long night. And then he told me about loving, forgiving, moving on, and accepting certain things. God has his plan. But you don't do those type of things. So I say that to say that like Sir Lyndon's daughter says, and they don't need me. And listen, nobody in the Bahamas need to defend Sir Lyndon. Nobody. When I came here, like I said, Port Charlotte was reading his memoirs. Somebody, the gentleman who cuts hair down there next to the office on Bay Street, I forgot his name, gave me one of his speeches that he gave, a brilliant speech. So yes, he wasn't perfect. I am not perfect. All of us have to rent and beat our chest before the master. But he's paid the price. Paid the price. And for what I see, he has to stand up. He has not articulated a strategic plan. Like I said before, when you look at someone's house, you will tell how they can treat your house, how they can treat your car. I mean, no, you ain't hardly got boat going to Cat Island. You got coal patch being put on the road. And when he comes, I can say these things in the front of him. The dock got sand. Or where you build the dock is half messed up. And young entrepreneurs, no courses going on. You're the minister, deputy prime minister. Even if you say, yes, that's right. Even if you couldn't do it, I can't do it. I can't do it, but I can talk about it. I can become like the old lady to the master and say, this is what we need.
You could do it.
Cat Island is supposed to be just on power as Exuma or Abaco, because Abaco is going to be built bigger and better or further.
You know how much money is spent on that seawall? Could have used that money.
But when I think about South Andros, and I saw the level of, and I see and I know the level of commitment to this gentleman, this man who stand up for the Church of God, this man who comes in here, who used to come to Cat Island when I was a boy and I had to clean the table, this man who has respect for his mother. And some of us, because we know when we think about it, you know, some of us, I got 2 more minutes. Some of us, when we think about where our parents came from, our humble beginnings, we don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about, yes, we want to improve and go before outside toilets. But I had to use the outside toilet. You had to walk out there in the night. And when you go out in the day, you better move them red hands or you get excited. But he is unafraid to talk about his experience. This is what a Bahamian is about. This is who you need in your camp. Loyalty. My auntie always tell me, you know, let me tell you something. She says, son, you don't know if a boat could see if it tie up to the dock. I used to call us, and I call her sometimes. She said, you is man. You stand strong. You don't run back home. Say, Dr. Minister need loyal people. And on the boat, as the boat is twisting, if you understand how rigorous this going on, you need to know that the man in the hole is doing his work and the engine ain't gonna stop. That the cook is gonna stay cooking. When I give these illustrations, I'm talking about Mr. Picewell Forbes, trained by his mother and the community of Andros. You got to know that the mate can do what he got to do. Ain't nothing like being on a boat and the fella, rough seas, walking around with his life vest on. Yeah. Matthew was wrong. Man, we even didn't start sailing yet. Mark said, I got on my life vest. But Picewell, no, see, let me tell you something. The thing about a boat, Mr. Speaker, you don't leave the boat. The captain is the last one to leave. The mate and the people who work on the boat are the last to leave. As a matter of fact, they go down with the ship.
I don't like that.
So we're talking about country. You think it's always comfortable for Angleston after they didn't allow her to speak? That same Cat Island didn't allow her to speak, where the lady said, oh, Mr. Johnson, I never see it happen like this before. Angleston was in the lead and the light gone off over the whole island. And when it come back on, she had lost. And she still stay on the ship. The chosen one, hold on to your head. That's all I can say for you. And South Andros, you got to beg him pardon. You got to beg, and I'm not going to say anything.
They can do it now, or they can do it later.
You got to beg Mr. Chris. Man, come on, he's the leader, man. Say something.
Yeah.
I hear the stories. Sitting at home. I wouldn't even give a man a call. What's wrong? And for a gentleman like Sir Lyndon, that's why I get up. I'm down in the back. And I don't represent, I hold no card for nobody. I don't hold it for the Penland family. I am grateful for all that he's done. Now forget what you may call the wrong. But if you could celebrate Sir Lyndon and always call his name, get up in the house and treat his child better.
Provided me a great career.
And my friend, South Andros, and my brother, treat him better. You deserve to beg pardon for him. That's double talk. And I know which horse he was riding on when you did that. He was on that low horse. Then you got the audacity to come on and say, you know, I felt so bad for him. I didn't know what to do. I was in shock. Boy, if you was in shock, I wouldn't like to see. That was horrible. And he has the respect of all and sundry. He has the respect of... He has, when he came back home, I know he has the respect of the late, great Sir Lyndon Penland, as all of us go on his way. He has the respect of Mr. Christie. He has the respect of Papa. And look at the way that he did it, with class and style. With class and style. Class and style. I know that God
about loyalty.
And loyalty. I know
Remember
that.
the offer Papa made
Yeah.
South Anderson?
Yes. Yeah, listen, he always had offers. Always had offers.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, just one more minute. I just don't break me in the middle. I just want to finish this sentence. Mr. Speaker, and I'll sit down. If ever a time, Mr. Speaker, if ever a time, I would borrow a saying from Papa. When Papa say, "You're whatless," this is the time. And I can't use some other words. Cat Island, Rumpy, and San Salvador for what you did to South Anders, for the double tongue, the forked tongue that you've displayed in this place and in your attitude. You're whatless. Thank you very much.
It is what it is, but I gotta like that.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable member for Yamacraw. Now I know what you meant when you say cat buck up on dog.
But the head is going to be extra big. And you bring dog out in the wild bush, and when they buck up on them cat, all you hear is hollering and screaming. Sometimes the dog just run home, you know.
Right, thank you, honorable member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Isles.
Everybody would say how much it's like to be. We don't go to churches like the if you don't voice like that, imagine how you do it. Don't answer that line. I never done that. Let's stay with the thumbs up. I know what that either. I fight my own back. I fight my own back. Me and the Lord is majority.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Isles.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon I rise on behalf of the hard-working, industrious people of the great constituency of Golden Isles. I am forever grateful to Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, for touching the hearts of the voters to elect me to represent them and to be their voice maximized in this historical place and elsewhere. This is another historic occasion as we participate in this midterm budget debate. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say good afternoon to my mother, Mary Elizabeth Miller, in Greencastle, South Eleuthera, and other members of my family in Tarpon Bay and other parts of Eleuthera, too numerous to mention, that I can speak to them openly now. Also, Mr. Speaker, I should like to extend sincere, heartfelt condolences to the Rokas family in Excellence Estate. on the loss of the matriarch of their family, Dr. Siobhan Roca, particularly her husband, Cedric Roca, the children, the grandchildren, and all the family. Also to the Humes' family in Dignity Garden, on the loss of the patriarch of the family, Mr. Anthony Gibbs Hume, particularly his wife, Miss Brunel, children, the grandchildren, all the family. May their souls rest in peace. May perpetual light shine on them. And on that resurrection day, may they rise in glory. Mr. Speaker, as I often say, that I am guided by Psalm 26:1. It says, "Judge me, O Lord, for I have walked in mine integrity. I have trusted also in the Lord. Therefore, I will not slide." Mr. Speaker, I entered this place as a free black man with my integrity intact, and whenever my final day arrives and I leave this place, I intend to leave as a free black man with my integrity fully intact. Mr. Speaker, I should like to just touch on a few issues, and then I'm a natural resources man. I've backed off a little bit, but I intend to speak. End with natural resources. Mr. Speaker, you know, my colleague and I, we had some great days at the Broadcasting Corporation together. And we were looking forward to having some even greater days ahead of us. But who knows, Mr. Speaker? Who knows? Man plans. But finally, the final say is in the hands of Almighty God. He charts the course, and He orders our steps. He knows I've been there for Him, and I will always be there for Him. He knows that. And it saddened me. I was not here on Monday, but I was saddened by what happened. And I encourage him to continue to hold his head high and to walk throughout this country as a proud Bahamian, as he has always been, and he should always continue to be. And we stand on the scripture to get together, Mr. Speaker. All things work together for good to them that love the Lord. Watch yourself now, North Africa, and are called according to His purpose. Mr. Speaker, these are challenging and difficult times we're living in. 50% of our economy has been shut down. No cruise ships are venturing into our ports. Mr. Speaker, world travel is down some 70%. Our economy has been devastated. Just want to mention that in the midst of all that we're going through, in the Bahamas, sometimes we seem on the island of New Providence to getting back to a sense of some type of normalcy, this new norm. And as it relates to wedding and to funerals, under the emergency order, we know they're still limited to 20 persons. And I think particularly and especially for weddings, that I know it's for those persons who make their living that way, it's had a particularly negative impact on them. And so, don't know how it's going to be in the near future, but if that can be revisited, if that can be looked at, if that can be looked at again in terms of those numbers, 20 persons for weddings, 20 persons for funerals. Again, as I said, particularly weddings, it's really affecting persons and their livelihood. That's already taken a tremendous blow. Mr. Speaker, I spoke of protectionism for Bahamians, and I spoke of some areas in terms of tire shop owners for Bahamians. They're taking a significant lick. Speaker, construction sites, some non-Bahamian businesses that do not hire Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, some eateries. I do not drink, never did drink, do not intend to drink, but some eateries, but some eateries. Neighbor, I shall not go there, but some eateries seemingly are allowed to sell alcoholic beverages and others are not. Don't know exactly what the law is on it, but I often hear that complaint. Mr. Speaker, I've said this before, I'm going to say this again. There seems to be a land grab going on in Golden Isle. I've asked this question before. I will ask it again. What is the status of the pine forest on the island of New Providence? You can see as you drive in some place on the main road, land is being cleared down. But what is the policy? Some people are being told, in some situations, a police matter, and other persons have received, in response to the request, received and duly noted, while others are seemingly getting a more favorable response. What is the land policy? Has it changed? It used to be reserved. That obviously is not the case, seemingly. Has this administration changed the land policy? What is the new land policy? How will this area now be zoned?
Honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Speaker, it would be helpful if the honorable member is earnestly seeking a response from this side, if he would indicate exactly what he's speaking about with respect to land policy, because the government has a duty to be able to answer any questions that members legitimately ask. And so I'm sure that you would wish to frame it in a way that we can know exactly what you're asking so that we can be able to respond to you in the manner that you're seeking an answer. Because as an MP, you have to be able to give answers to your constituents. I understand that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking specifically the area western New Providence that used to be known as the Pine Forest, the well field, and where the roads, new roads are being cut through. As a matter of fact, several weeks ago, someone was arrested for selling land in the Pine Forest. Someone was charged before the court for selling land in the Pine Forest. Persons have been calling me and asking me, and have been referred to me, and what I've said to them was go to lands and surveys on East Bay Make your application there. They're the ones responsible. And then some of them are telling me that they got a response, and it was the typical we received and duly noted. But they're saying some others who also applied got a more favorable response. I'm talking about the pine forest. Yes. But even west of the airport road, really the road that leads to Albany. Okay. So it's between that and the road that goes all the way out to the road that leads to Albany. And so they're bombarding me with the question. And I honestly don't have the answers. But I told them I would make an inquiry on the behalf. And so that's the area that I'm talking about. On the main road, the main Carmichael Road, you can see some land that's been cleared down. So obviously, some things are happening. Now, as it relates to zoning, whether it's residential, whether it's for commercial purposes, don't know. In this age of information and this time of accountability and transparency, that's the spirit in which I'm inquiring on behalf of persons who really want to know. And as I'm sure, remember, for Michael, as you know, everybody wants a piece of the rock. And if they see other persons getting a piece of the rock and they tell them how they're getting it, they're going to follow suit and attempt to get a piece of the rock in like manner. And so if the policy has changed, whatever the policy is, whatever the procedure may be, if that could be made public so that persons would know what they have to do to pursue and to acquire a piece of that land. Mr. Speaker, in this critical time that we're living in, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I'm concerned about is some mental health challenges and these new unhealthy norms, I call them. I've known of instances where family members were sick and you cannot visit them in hospital, and in some cases died. And persons did not have the opportunity to be there in those waning moments with their family members. It's stressful. Mr. Speaker, the levels of unemployment, the levels of these new levels of poverty, Mr. Speaker, persons losing their homes, losing their possessions, persons who are becoming homeless. And I spoke to someone just the other day, and they said something is going to have to be done about persons, the number of persons who are becoming homeless in our society. Whether we find a place, find a location, find somewhere to house them, because the usual places that they can go to for shelter, those places are no longer available. So what do you do then? Counseling in many instances is desperately needed. Persons are in situations they've never been before, they never thought they would be. Many of them can't handle it. Devastated. What do they do? If these conditions persist, and they seemingly will for a considerable time longer, what are the plans to manage poverty, homelessness, and crime, and the stress that accompanies it? Mr. Speaker, the misery index, an economic indicator created by economist Arthur O'Connor to measure the impact of changing economic conditions. It was popular in the 1970s, it is said, when the United States was experiencing stagflation, a combination of increasing unemployment and inflation, as we experience, and as much of the world is experiencing. It was used to measure the level of economic discomfort. And Mr. Speaker, it is no secret. It is at an all-time high. Mr. Speaker, during this time, unemployment is up. Poverty up. And persons are saying the wages that were always low are the same. Presently, minimum wage, $5.25 an hour, $210 a week, $840 a month. Rent, mortgage, food, clothing. If you want some type of transportation, living on minimum wage. Is that realistic? Is that possible? $840 a month? Almost unthinkable. Minimum wage. It's time, I hate the term minimum wage, but it's time to increase the time has long passed for minimum wage to be increased in our country. Mr. Speaker, how can poor people survive economically under these conditions? The income disparity is increasing and threatening to obliterate the middle class. Can you imagine a Bahamas like that? I've been to countries, Mr. Speaker, where there's just upper, lower, no middle. You drive and you go from affluent neighborhoods into poverty, abject poverty. Why speak with such doom and gloom? Mr. Speaker, under these present circumstances, the longer this pandemic lasts, the greater those possibilities are looming over us. Mr. Speaker, I always have and I still believe that the answer is in our human and the natural resources. Mr. Speaker, in this new parliamentary session, I started out as a lone voice in the wilderness, in the House, speaking about our natural resources, almost as if I was speaking a foreign language. I was that lone voice. Gladly, it's changed. There are more voices. Things are beginning to happen. I believe then and I believe now that our natural resources is where our new streams of revenue will emerge. I've said it consistently in this house. Our natural resources belong to the Bahamian people. Our natural resources is where our new streams of revenue will emerge. And the Bahamian people must be the primary beneficiary. And in this present environment, all the more, the average Bahamian wants something to happen, something productive, something positive for them from our natural resources. Do we have the natural resources to advance our nation? As eloquently expressed by our forefathers in our motto, forward, upward, and onward together? I say emphatically and resoundingly yes. I believe that without a shadow of doubt. Are you referring to the possibilities of the oil exploration? No, I'm not. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, Saudi Arabia is aiming to be the largest hydrogen supplier as they move to curb climate change. California is leading the way in the United States, trying to initiate the hydrogen economy. Japan is replacing oil with hydrogen, leading the way in Asia. Auto manufacturers are focusing on fuel cells with GM, General Motors, Toyota, and Hyundai leading the way. Airbus has unveiled hydrogen designs for zero emission, and flight manufacturers are focusing on hydrogen. What is it that we have? What can we do? How can it be done? Mr. Speaker, in real estate, they said the key is always location, location, location. And Mr. Speaker, Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, has blessed the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to be very strategically located. It's location, location, location. And because of that, he's blessed us immensely and abundantly. It is said that major natural resources are found some 30 degrees north and south of the equator, between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Some persons are saying we are the second wealthiest nation on the planet in natural resources. Others are saying we are the richest in the world based on our population, the ratio in renewable resources. We are approximately a little over 100,000 square miles, some 5,500 square miles land, in excess of 95,000 square miles of marine resources, over 100,000 square miles of airspace, all potential solar energy, natural resources. Mr. Speaker, what has always disturbed me, because of our marine life, because of our marine resources, because of the ocean that we have, that we do not, the professions, the careers doesn't reflect that. Do we have any ocean engineers, marine archaeologists, marine environmental economists, marine biologists, marine researchers, marine scientists? Every time persons come to our waters, they bring their experts with them. But we've never developed them ourselves. What role can the University of the Bahamas play in that development, Mr. Speaker, in terms of research? Not only as it relates to the marine environment, but our plant life. What role can the University of the Bahamas play in that? I think it should serve a much greater role doing the necessary research on some plants. Like, when I grew up at Sarah Sea, I grew up, Mr. Speaker, on fever grass. I grew up on pear leaf tea. I grew up on lime leaf tea. You know, something sure you wouldn't know about that. But what research has been done? There's much talk about the sarsaparilla bark and what is happening now. But what research can be done on a lot of our plant life? Who knows what we have among us? Who knows? The Bible says that the leaves of the tree was for the healing of the nation. It's still in the leaves. Our natural resources, Our salt, Mr. Speaker, has said that we export some approximately 700,000 tons of salt annually. Mr. Speaker, it's based on 1%. The shipping is based on 1% of the value of the goods exported, with a minimum of $10 and a maximum of $500. I repeat that, Mr. Speaker. The salt that we export, approximately 700,000 tons annually, is based on 1% of the value of the goods exported. A minimum of $10, a maximum of $500. If we're exporting crawfish, we get a royalty of 25 cents a pound. Exporting conch, a royalty of 8 cents per pound. Exporting salt, no royalty. Exporting limestone, no royalty. Exporting aragonite, there used to be a royalty. You see, no, come forward, so there must be no royalty there either. So what do we get from our natural resources? What do we get as a nation every time thousands of tons of salt leave the country? $500 a shipload. Every time limestone leaves the country, $500 a shipload. Mr. Speaker, there's a global problem that we're in a prime position to take advantage of. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there are sand wars that are occurring. People are literally dying for sand. Our civilization is literally built on sand. People have used it for construction purposes since at least the time of ancient Egypt in North Africa. In the 15th century, an Italian artisan figured out how to turn sand into transparent glass, which made possible the microscope, telescopes, and other technologies that helped drive the Renaissance's scientific revolution. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, sand today of various types is used as essential ingredients in detergents, cosmetics, toothpaste, solar panels, silicon chips, and especially buildings. Every concrete structure, wherever you travel, is basically tons of sand and gravel glued with cement. It is set apart from water and air. That sand is the natural resource most consumed by human beings. People use more than 40 billion tons of sand and gravel annually. There's so much demand that riverbeds and beaches around the world are being stripped bare. Desert sand generally doesn't work, not for construction. It is shaped by wind rather than water. Desert grains are too round to bind together. Every day, Mr. Speaker, the world's population is growing, and more people want decent housing to live in, and offices and factories to work in, malls to shop in, roads to connect it all. Economic development, as it has historically been understood, requires concrete and glass. It requires sand. The fundamental problem in the massive use of cement is cement-based in construction. Today, it is said that gangs in at least a dozen countries, from Jamaica to Nigeria, dredge up tons of stuff every year to sell on the black market. Sand. Since 2014 in India, over 70 persons were killed over sand. Sand that we have in abundance in the Bahamas. Sand is the main material that modern cities are made of. Sand. It is the cities what flour is to bread. Sand. It is what cells are to the body. Sand. The invisible but fundamental ingredient that makes up the bulk of all the progress that we're making in this modern world. Sand. Today there's so much demand for sand that riverbeds and beaches around the world are being stripped bare of their precious grains. Farmlands and forests are being torn up, and people are being imprisoned, are being tortured, and are being murdered all over sand, all because of sand. It is predicted that the sand wars will intensify. The deadly global war for sand, written by Vince Beiser. But Mr. Speaker, we have sand in abundance. Sand and more sand. The question then is, how do we make it get a part of the global market? How do we get our sand, value for our sand, market our sand, monetize our sand, get sales for our sand? Beach erosion all across the eastern seaboard of the United States of America, particularly in light of the hurricane. They need our sand. It's been said for a long time, because now you can actually harvest sand in the modern way through big ships. Be in your waters in your sea, and they suction hoses from under the ship, and they're harvesting sand, and nobody knows. Sand, we have it in abundance. Mr. Speaker, I spoke of limestone and Grand Bahama, and how much limestone we exported in 16 months. Mr. Speaker, the exportation of limestone, in spite of the pandemic, has not altered, has not slowed down, has not changed. They are still exporting limestone in record numbers. But the challenge for us, Mr. Speaker, as a country, how are we benefiting from it? The company in Grand Bahama, Martin Marietta, said we have long-term agreements with shipping companies to provide ships to transport our aggregate products from our Bahamas and Nova Scotia operations to various coastal ports. These contracts have varying expiration dates, ranging from 2023 to 2027, and generally contain renewal options. Our natural resource, Mr. Speaker, has been extremely good to that company. Bahama Rock Limited a Bahamas corporation is 100% owned subsidiary of Martin Marietta. Mr. Speaker, March 2nd, 2021, they had a market capitalization valued at $20.97 billion US dollars. February 12th, 2021, they reported 2020 consolidated revenue sum 4.73 billion compared to 4.74 the previous year. What did our natural resources have to do with that? They supply aggregates from their network to more than 300 quarries, mines, and distribution yards throughout the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean islands. How much of that, Mr. Speaker, our natural resources? I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, for 2 years, from February of 2019 to February of 2021, limestone export from the Bahamas based on data provided by the United States Customs Office. A snapshot of limestone shipments from Freeport, Grand Bahama to various seaports on the United States Atlantic coast and the Gulf of Mexico has revealed that in excess of 6,351,502,100 kilograms have left our shore, have left Freeport, Grand Bahama, shipped out to ports in Charleston, South Carolina, Jacksonville, Florida, Lake Charles, Louisiana, Mobile, Alabama, Panama City, Florida, Pensacola, Florida, Port Canaveral, Florida, Port Manatee, Florida, Savannah, Georgia, Tampa, Florida, in excess of 6 billion kilograms. Now, the last time I spoke and we placed a value on it based on what was on their website that they took down after we spoke about it at $1.31 per kilogram. And I never knew Martin Marietta's had so many persons working for them, some in the public sector. I never knew, Mr. Speaker, who were their spokesperson. And quick to criticize, quick to condemn, not the amount shipped, but spoke to the value. Based on that, for 2 years, Mr. Speaker, the limestone that left Freeport, Grand Bahama, based on our calculation, 8,320,467,751 dollars. Let's say it's valued just half of what we said, Mr. Speaker. That's still in excess of $4 billion that left one of our islands, Freeport, Grand Bahama. What does Freeport, Grand Bahama have to show for it? Again, I repeat the question. What does Freeport, Grand Bahama has to show for it? All we get, Mr. Speaker, is $500 for every ship that leaves. $500. $500. No VAT, no royalty. Our country is being raped, Mr. Speaker, before our very eyes. Mr. Speaker, and particularly in these challenging times, it pains more, it hurts so much more. Poverty is real. Homelessness is real. Persons losing their home is real. Persons who have no food to eat, who have been reduced. I hate the word beggars, so I can't say beggars, who have been reduced to having to go around asking. This is real. The struggle is real. I never thought I would see this happening in our country. But, Mr. Speaker, previous governments and it leads up to the present administration. What we could have done, what we should have done, what we are in the process of trying to do, Mr. Speaker, to date, Mr. Speaker, what could have been done, what should have been done, what could have happened and has not happened, and what should be pursued aggressively with a sense of urgency, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, it's not happening. Mr. Speaker, I believe the pandemic has had an unimaginable, devastating impact on us economically, socially, and morally. We are at a place we've never been before in this modern Bahamas. And Mr. Speaker, it will require some things that we've never done before. This is no time for business as usual in our country. Folk are losing their minds. Folk are losing their basic decency, their pride. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the struggle is real. People are hurting.
Big time.
The level of homelessness in New Providence is much worse than we think. There are more people living in their cars than we think. There are more people going to their friends' homes, some family members' home, just to catch a shower, to refresh themselves, to have some sense of decency than we think. And if this pandemic persists, Mr. Speaker, the struggle is real. It's time for courageous, innovative, visionary, and bold leadership to emerge in this country to take us to another level. Mr. Speaker, I'm a man of God. I believe in God. Though the way seems bleak, though the way seems dark, challenging, I believe in our motto: forward, upward, onward, together. Mr. Speaker, I believe in our national anthem. Lift up your head to the rising sun, Bahamaland. In spite of our challenges, hold your head high.
Yes. Oh,
In
yeah,
spite of our challenges, stand tall with dignity and pride. In spite of our challenges, I believe we will get through this. Mr. Speaker, we are a resilient people. We have survived worse. We've been through worse than this. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm a man of the book. See, I believe through Christ we can do all things. I believe God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the Bahamas is special in the eyes of God, and no weapon formed against us shall prosper. That's my belief. That's what I believe. And Mr. Speaker, progress, Mr. Speaker, progress is never won. Progress is never won on the backs of cowards. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, progress is never won on the backs of cowards. Mr. Speaker, just before I take my seat, I'll reflect on a statement in the preamble of our Constitution, where it says, whereas the people of the family of islands, of our family violence, recognizing that the preservation of their freedom will be guaranteed by a national commitment to self-discipline, to industry, to loyalty, unity, and an abiding respect for Christian values and the rule of law. As it relates to our natural resources, particularly as it relates to industry. Industry in the sense of we used to be an industrious people, hard work. Now, I'm hearing too often that Bahamian men are lazy. Let's find out why they're lazy. Let's find out where we went wrong and let's correct it and resurrect and restore men to manhood so they can man up and be the men God has called them to be. Stop beating down men. Let's meet them where they are. Let's restore our black men and put some black pride back in them. They have been beaten down for too long. Industry, economic activity concerned with the processing of raw materials and manufacture of goods. Mr. Speaker, that's the future for our country. For too long, we've allowed foreigners to come in, rape us, and strip us, take advantage of us. They did it with our aragonite. They did it. They are still doing it with the limestone. They did it. They're still doing it with our salt. Mr. Speaker, it's time for a new day. It's time for new people, the new Bahamians, the Bahamians that was around. Mr. Speaker, Bahamians that were around in 1952. Bahamians that were around in 1958. Mr. Speaker, Bahamians that were around in the 60s and in 1967, who were not afraid to stand, and whose position was simply, after having done all to stand, still stand. And so, Mr. Speaker, I appeal to Bahamians at large, in spite of the difficulties, in spite of the challenges, let's keep pressing on till the road we trod leads to our God. Let's keep marching on. Bahama land, I repeat, progress is never won on the backs of cowards. So said the Honorable Marcus Garvey. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did. It never will. The late Frederick Douglass. And Mr. Speaker, with the words of the father of our nation, one who led the charge in the modern Bahamas, says if Bahamians ain't prepared to stand up and fight and defend their own Bahamas, then you don't deserve to have it. Mr. Speaker, may Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth common. March on, Bahama land. Golden eyes rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was at meetings all morning, but I heard the member ask a question about land policy, and I want to clarify that for the member so that all would understand. Mr. Speaker, land policy has not changed. However, when we came in, we recognized that there's quite a bit of land that may have been hoarded by individuals, and we felt that it was unfair and it could possibly create income disparity and income inequality. And we initiated policy where we wanted to give the land back to the people as opposed to individuals. And many individuals would have applied for land and built their homes for years, sitting on particular land for 20, 30 years. However, I've never gotten any form of documentation. It's our policy to ensure that they receive the proper title for these land so that they can take that to the bank and use it as collateral. That's one that has not changed. So that's still the policy. The second one, rather than allowing 2, 3 individuals hoard land, sit on land, cause land prices to go up because of inefficiency or insufficient land and income inequality, disparity, we decided the land is truly the people's land. When the member for Golden Isles speak of natural resources, that's the people's land, and therefore we feel that we should give it back to the people, and you give it back in the form of lots, homes, etc., because that is what is needed. The government has a responsibility to ensure that everyone has light, everyone has water, everyone has electricity, everyone has roads, etc. That's a government responsibility. And therefore, if we gave the people the land back in the form of subdivision for home development, our responsibility is to ensure that there are light, water, etc. And as a result of that, that's where you can sell land that are worth $150,000 to the people, 40 to 50,000, thus creating that wealth spreading among others. And that's the policy moving forward, Mr. Speaker. And lots of questions have been asked. And when we move to the debate in May, it is our intention to bring a visual image of the subdivision that are being created in the West. And we'll have several subdivisions to be developed and subsequently throughout the Family Islands, creating wealth for the people. Then, Mr. Speaker, the member was concerned about the pine forest in the West. We're also concerned about that. And it is our intention to move towards having most of that area declared as no-build area for environmental protection, rain, etc. You understand the biological and the ecological system. So we think that's essential as opposed to creating New Providence as nothing more than a concrete jungle. So, Mr. Speaker, then the other policy that we are creating, there are many garages that are built within subdivisions, nice subdivisions, and in a city. We would like to identify certain land or certain areas where we can move those garages from within inner city and from within subdivision to specific industrial area, thus clearing those areas and have proper drainage facilities, etc., so as to protect water lines, etc., water fields. So that's the policy moving forward. But the only other thing I'd like to say is that very soon we would announce as to how individuals can apply for these land, but it would be fair. It would be fair. And we'd like to create multiple subdivisions so that each and every Bahamian would have an opportunity to build homes and own land. And I'm sure you would agree with that.
Good. You're recognized as Honorable Member for Golden Isles.
Yeah, when you refer to garages, referring to repair shop, auto repair shop, or what about car wash? Because there are examples on Bacardi Park where some young men they're trying to make a living by washing buses and vehicles. They are often chased by the authorities. And so they went through Bacardi Road where they were still trying to do it. And sometimes they are interrupted. And again, the authorities run them. And in most instances, all they're trying to do is make an honest living. Can you speak to that, please?
We are a government for the people. And we will look after, especially the small man. Those individuals whom you speak of, when I talk about industrial areas, so I can move garages, etc., they are part of that, and therefore they can work within environments that are theirs, and they would be assisted with business license, etc., and not be harassed or hassled by anyone. So no, they are incorporated also. If we don't do that, then what would happen is the land that we see in the West, before we realize it, lots of it would be somewhat abused or misused, and it's essential that we control it so that the young people and others can use it in an organized manner, and some of it has to be declared as no-build area to protect our environments, etc. No. But we're moving as aggressively as possible. But what I can say to you, that in May, we will have visual image of the subdivision that I spoke about in the West moving forward, and we would continue with multiple subdivisions in the West, allowing young people, professionals like yourself and others, to own land and have equity in it so that you would not face the challenges that we face today in terms of down payments, because we don't have that mobilization. So we would get around that. And that would not only be confined to New Providence, will also be expanded to each and every family island in an encouragement, in an attempt to encourage individuals to move to the family islands where there are opportunities, especially in terms of boutique or Airbnb.
Go ahead,
I wanted to mention is an issue, a vexing issue that I thought would have been addressed or was in the process of being addressed, but it's still occurring. And these are young black men, again, trying to make a living selling coconut water. They are still being shut down. It is still happening. It's a vexing issue. All they're trying to do is make an honest living. And so, whatever the policy is, if it could be clarified, because I think it's a vexing issue.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for
The
Kalani.
coconut vendors is a vexing issue, and those are individuals who are trying to make a living. I would have made a brief statement when I spoke Monday with respect to the direction of the coconut vendors. We're organizing programs for them, which would include training, business licenses, and mobilization of monies to get them established, etc. In addition to location. Then the Minister of State for Finance, the entire program is coming together now, because we definitely want them to have money mobilized to them. When the Minister of State for Finance speaks in the Senate, he would elaborate on the complete plan, and therefore you'd know how it would be addressed. Okay?
Thank you, honorable members. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The member for Golden Isles raised the issue of the coconut vendors, and I'm pleased that the member for Kalani is able to shed some light on what is being projected and planned to legitimize the coconut vendors to reduce or eliminate any kind of harassment that they experience and may experience. There's also a flip side to that. But Golden Isles and I would have attended a meeting with farmers in that same southwestern district who are suggesting that the actions of the government in legitimizing the coconut water vendors is also putting at peril their farms, because some of these coconuts, and I'm not pointing the finger at all of the vendors, but some of these very same coconuts are being taken from their farms without their permission. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to send out a warning that while we will do what we could to legitimize the business of the coconut vendors, we're also pleading to persons who are in that business to respect the private property of the farmers and find a way to coexist and purchase from those farmers as opposed to just taking from them and them suffering the losses. Thanks.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, God is indeed good. And I say that because what just transpired, it is the deepening of democracy that this parliament for a long time needed. Not only this session of the parliament, but previous sessions, where questions have gone unanswered for 5 years. Last week, I made the announcement that that must come to an end. And I'm so happy that we have set a precedent here today where voluntarily the members have agreed to answer questions. Now, this is the first Wednesday in the month. And next Wednesday will be the second Wednesday, but this debate is expected to continue into next Wednesday. So I want to put everyone on notice that the questions that are on the agenda, be prepared to answer them. As a matter of fact, the chair is also minded to introduce a Prime Minister's question time so that the Prime Minister will be obligated to answer questions put to him by any member, not necessarily the opposition. When we examine the mature democracies of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, this is the way democracy unfolds. Our Constitution calls for the executive branch to be answerable and accountable to the Parliament, Article 72. And that does not exempt, in my estimation, the opposition, who has responsibility of the Public Accounts Committee. The Public Accounts Committee needs to answer to the Bahamian people why there has been no review or investigation of the close to 50 Auditor General reports that have been tabled by the Speaker and referred to that committee. And that committee has the oversight function to maintain the responsibility of the executive to answer for the stewardship of the taxpayers' money and the stewardship of the assets of the Bahamian citizens. And so, moving forward, I expect to hear from the Public Accounts Committee with respect to those documents that were tabled, that raises questions of impropriety, malfeasance, corruption, plunder. They have all been tabled in this session. And I also expect the government, the executive branch of the government, to be responsible to the Bahamian people by answering questions put to the government. In my estimation, if we are accountable and if we are transparent, and this is on both sides, there should be no issue with answering questions. And so I want everyone to be put on notice that the questions will be answered, because I intend to ask them, even if you don't. The people of the Bahamas deserve nothing less. The chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas on Ragged Island.
Briefly, on behalf of the
chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, the Honorable Philip Ray Davis, who's not here today. I just wish to advise that the PAC, subsequent to your ruling, is working vigorously. We met yesterday, and we will be requesting certain information. So I wish to give you the assurances on behalf of the leader, the chairman of the PAC, that work is actively underway.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many.
Ms. Benny. Chair recognizes the member for North Andres and the Berry Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the beautiful people of North Andres and the Berry Islands constituency and to thank them for allowing me to be their voice in this honorable house. To speak on their behalf, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first take this time to pay my respects to the family of the late Miss Roker, who passed away last week, and also the Russell family in South Master Point, who has lost one of their loved ones this morning. Mr. Speaker, I also want to encourage my people in the North Andres and Berry Islands constituency not to get relaxed when it comes down to this pandemic. As we begin to open up more and more into our economy, to always be aware of the protocols that are in place. Also, Mr. Speaker, I would like to, Mr. Chairman, I would like to also thank and encourage the frontline workers who continue to do a tremendous job when it comes down to working to make sure that our people stay healthy. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to recognize the people in agriculture and marine department for the work that they're doing, and just want to encourage them to continue to do the great work that they're doing in that ministry. But also, Mr. Speaker, throughout this whole pandemic, I didn't have the opportunity, but I would like to also recognize the farmers in this country, ones who have worked effortlessly to make sure that we continue to eat right out of their way majority of the time, and did very well to produce the kind of produce that we needed in our bodies to keep us going. It shows quite well that we do have an industry that is live and is really growing when it comes down to agriculture and fisheries. And I want to encourage them to continue to do the great work. Mr. Speaker, I would take a little brief moment to talk about my portfolio, which is BAMSI. And I look forward to the budget debate that is coming up, where I will have everything in place to really finalize what conclusion I would have come to as far as BAMSI is concerned, before and during my era. But I wanted to still, Mr. Speaker, talk about the Institute. It is continuing to go on online. We still have our instructors in place that are doing a tremendous job, and I want to thank them, Ms. Hannah, and the rest of our staff for the tremendous work that they're doing to keep our people going and to ensure that we have new farmers in our ministry very soon.
Also, our livestock farming, sir, Mr. Speaker, is continuing very well. Our distribution program went awesome, and we are looking to go forward with that very soon in the near future, where we will do more distribution. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we forget the important things of life. As a little boy growing up, I remember walking the streets in Mastic Point, where there was no tower on the road, no street lights on the pole. Infrastructure was being placed around the 79, 80s. So you can tell that I'm very young. But Mr. Speaker, when I tell you those nights were dark with no light, it was a different kind of dark in that community. And I was very, very slim at the time because I ran a lot during the darkness. But Mr. Speaker, during the 1980, 81, 82, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we then saw a new way of life. We saw roads being paved. We saw lights on the pole. Then after that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we had our farming industry that was going very well. Back in the day, I was told we had strawberries growing that were exported. That was the way forward. We had a lumber mill in Andres, Mr. Speaker, that was exporting lumber. Andres was moving. Somewhere along the line, during the 90s, we saw a drop in our economy, but picked up in another economy during the 80s, 90s. So you can say we had a real economy going and we had a false economy. But Mr. Speaker, as the false economy began to fall, the hopes of the people of North Andres began to fall. Mr. Speaker, in the 90s, our roads started to get bad. We started to experience more storms. We began to patch those holes, but then more came. Roads became very bad. The commuting time moved from 10 minutes to 20 minutes to 30 minutes to 50 to get from one side of the island to the next. Then I realized, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, we were hit with a storm, strongest ever in the country at that time, Hurricane Matthew. Through that storm, Mr. Speaker, I lost a cousin. May his soul rest in peace. But from the devastation of that storm, Mr. Speaker, lives were changed. The stress and the burden became so much on my people until they didn't realize what it was to rebuild again. And I believe through that pressure, a lot of them might have lost their life, but one or two or three of them. But one thing I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that, Mr. Deputy, is that those people never gave up hope. That's when I saw the resiliency of my people. I remembered after that storm, we walked around and we drove through settlements. Devastation was painful. Low Sound was absolutely destroyed. Homes are still looking to be recovered in there. It doesn't happen overnight, Mr. Speaker. It's not going to take 1, 2, or 3 years. Sometimes it takes 10, 11. But we are slowly doing it. We realized, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that for us to get somewhere, we have to come together to build. I saw our people begin to build not as F&M, Mr. Speaker. This is when I was touched. Not as PLP. I saw Androsians come together united as one. For example, and build a regatta village for recreation where every settlement could have come to and bring some kind of hope back to life. With an income that comes normally from a regatta, we had 1 month basically to do that. And today that regatta village, Mr. Speaker, is still standing stronger than ever before, where every community in North Andros can go to now and have some kind of recreation. Mr. Speaker, I also remember the time when I decided to put myself in front office. I wondered what it was that would draw me there. And I realized that I often give myself to my people and share and help as much as I can with the little kids. Then I decided to go on social media, Facebook one day. And I can always remember this lady's story. She spoke about the amount of years that those potholes were in the road that needed to be fixed. And she was walking in the rain with her sick child and was not picked up, trying to get to the hospital, to the clinic, to seek some medical attention. When are we gonna start to do something about these roads? I was in Bimini at that time, so working, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, in customs. And I knew it was time. I knew it was time for me to go home, and it was time for me to give back to my people. Because I realized that I was in that situation also. We have lost an aunt inside of a car, trying to rush to the clinic also. But because of the roads being bad, because of Mr. Deputy Speaker, because of the lack of not having an ambulance in that constituency, I lost my aunt. Because there was no way you could have made it to where we needed to be because of the miles you had to go from Mastic Point to Nicholstown. My first order of business as I came into office, after experiencing a car accident on the highway, on Queens Highway, in 1991 also, when I was on the back of a truck and felt every bump on that road because of a bone that was broken, realized that the first thing I would want to do is to make sure I have an ambulance in Andros for my people. Mr. Speaker, that ambulance is up and running. It's helping those people who are being transmitted to Nassau in need of extra medical attention. And we are well on our way, moving forward in that area. I know that our health facility is not the way that we would want it to be in North Andros right now at this time. But we do have plans to make sure that that clinic be well renovated and performing better than it's ever been before. I've spoken to the minister, and they're reviewing the contract in place and is looking forward in the very near future as to what we're going to do in that capacity. Mr. Speaker, this journey for me started in 2016. I went from Stanley Creek in the south to the Berry Islands in the north to hear exactly what my people would have wanted. I went over to the Berry Islands and I had a meeting with the people in the Berry Islands. See, when you are elected as an official or you're looking to seek office, the first thing you do is to realize that you are a servant and you're working for the people. I realized that. So I asked them the question. I said, what is it that the Berry Islands need? What is it that you need right now? And I remember the lady standing up in there and she said, what difference you can make? You just like all the other rest. You're only coming in here to hear what we have to say and then afterwards you're gonna leave. I told her, I said, the difference is that I live in Andhra. The same promises you may have heard here, I heard there. None were fulfilled. I don't make promises. I am here for progress and prosperity. She said, okay, well, we need our community center fixed. We didn't have that fixed after 17 years. I said, okay, we need our new terminal. After 35 years, I said, okay. She said, our docks need to be fixed. We need roads. And I said, okay. I wrote down all of those things. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I heard the cry of my people, and as their humble servant, as soon as I came into office, I went and I talked to corporate citizens that were operating inside of the Berry Islands for numerous of years. Royal Caribbean. I spoke to the manager in charge of the Family Islands, and then I spoke to the CEO. We had a meeting. They agreed that, yes, they would want to help me. In November of 2019, Mr. Speaker, a 17-year-old project that began was being opened. That's progress, Mr. Speaker. I ventured on and had conversations with my honorable member for Carmichael, now Deputy Prime Minister of this country, but also son of the soil of Andhra. So I felt like I had a little special privilege there because he would have felt my passion as an Androsian. He's from the Garden of Andhra, and I am from Mastic Point. But I realized that if I am going to do something, I need to make sure that I do it to the best of my ability. So I ventured out and I spoke to the honorable member. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, he heard my cry for me to have a terminal in the Berry Islands. At that time, I had no idea that this would have been the only terminal under construction in this era. And in a few months, Mr. Speaker, after 35 years, Mr. Deputy, in a few months, that terminal is going to be a reality with a brand new terminal in the Berry Islands. That is progress, Mr. Speaker, not a promise. I know that the road work is very needed over there. But I have news for my people in the Berry Islands tonight. Come Friday, this Friday, your member of parliament will be joined by the member of Kalani and Androsian, also the member for Carmichael, another Androsian, and your member of parliament. We will be over there to do our inspection on the roads and the docks and also the terminal on Friday. So when you think that there is nothing happening, when you talk that this government is not doing anything, and it was so funny, I read a post who said all the prime minister wants to do now is cut ribbon and do this and do that. He think he fooling people. No, no, no. See, when you start doing the work that leads up to this time, the work that you have done will speak for you. And that is exactly what is happening right now. The work that has been done throughout the constituency of North Andros and the Berry Islands is really speaking right now what this minister-led administration has done in North Andros and the Berry Islands over the past 4 years. That is progress, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move on to the North Andros constituency, the North Andros part of this. When I came in, Mr. Speaker, again, I looked at BTVI. I always dreamed of going to BTVI because I wasn't into going to a long-term school or college or whatever it is. I didn't feel like I needed that. Mind you, I had the brain to do it, but I didn't want to do it. Mr. Speaker, I fought to make sure that I give my people every opportunity there is, to succeed. Because I realized that if you're not academically inclined, that you can at least use your talent to make money, to maintain a household, that you don't have to depend on anyone. Mr. Speaker, in 2019 or 2018, I think it was my honor at the beginning of that year to contribute to BTVI and making sure that dream was a reality in North Andros. And today, Mr. Speaker, BTVI is in North Andros operating. And thanks to this administration, is operating with free tuition, nothing to pay, just come in and get whatever you need as far as your tool is concerned for you to go out there and make that honest living. This is progress, Mr. Speaker, as we move. I looked at the forest fire that was in place. I looked at every time we look at our crop season, which is a livelihood for a lot of us, of way of making money to get our kids ready for school. The forest is always on fire. Today, Mr. Speaker, there's a fire truck in North Andros that in case of any fire in that place, we have some security or some help with a fire truck as we move. Mr. Speaker, I always believe that for the economy to move, that we must first look at our commuting. We must look at a platform of infrastructure. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the first thing I wanted to do after suffering for so many years of little to no water pressure, of the roads trying to commute from one settlement to the next, discouraging you not to get into that area, that my first order of business also is to make sure that we have the proper infrastructure in place for our people to move from one settlement to the next. Today, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say that water lines have been underground thanks to WSC. Our roads have been paved in North Mastic Point, South Mastic Point, Nicholstown, Kongstown, Fire Road, Pineville. All have infrastructure upgrade as far as the paving of the road is concerned, and new water lines put in place, Mr. Speaker, as we move. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I always believe in giving someone their flowers while they're alive, especially when they make great sacrifice. One whom today, Mr. Speaker, is in a sound mind and is still doing her work after over 60 years, offering her assistance in education, which is the key to make sure we build a firm foundation for our future. Mr. Speaker, I was trying to figure out what is it that we can do to honor this great woman. I looked at it, I thought about it, and I was like, she made sure that we had a neurologist, we have lawyers, we have doctors, we have architects, not the bride, all came out of North Andres. Most of all, Mr. Speaker, came through the hands of that great educator. Was yours truly, a member of Parliament. But most of all, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister of this country was also one that passed through this educator hand. We were honored last year, March, before the pandemic, to rename a school in her honor that is now named the Roselda M. Woodside Primary School. I want to say thank you for your services that you have done, and I hope that I've made you proud. To stand here and speak as the Member of Parliament for North Andres and Berry Islands constituency, so that you can see that your work has not gone in vain. Mr. Speaker, as I move further into the South, I believe in connecting communities by building bridges. With the work of the Honorable Member for Carmichael again, we ventured out into London Creek to try and move with a marine life, to open and expand that area. And I believe not only that it expanded, but it also lifted the value of the property around in that area. Right now, the completion and the opening of the London Creek Bridge was in effect. Come March 18th, I invite every one of you, my colleagues, as the Honorable Member for Carmichael and myself will move into his hometown, and we will be opening a bridge after 50 years that needed to be done in Stanley Creek. This, Mr. Speaker, is progress. This is what it's all about when you hear the cry of your people. Are we near where we need to go? No. Is there more to be done? There is more to be done. But the wheels of progress is already in place. And the future is now bright in the eyes of our little ones, where, Mr. Speaker, they can have a dream now. And their dream can be a reality with the hope of our future being a brighter tomorrow. This is what a Member of Parliament should always look at. Our future is in good hands, Mr. Speaker. We understand now that promises don't work in North Andros anymore. Mr. Speaker, come June, after years of being on the job employment program, we're looking to do something wonderful for our people there. And we're going to recruit more afterwards. I will not say anything else on that, Mr. Speaker, but I look forward to greatness in that capacity. Mr. Speaker, we have much work to be done. I want the people in Red Bays to know, yes, I feel your pain because I ride on your roads. I know what the suffering is because every time you go in a hole, you probably lose a part on your car. I hear you cry. And I want you to know that this member of parliament for the past 2 weeks was working on your behalf. But you must understand that everything that is going to be taking place is a process. The process has begun. The Prime Minister has already stated that Red Bays Road will be done. And if I could say this much, if the roads were done this far in every other settlement, I could assure you that the roads in Red Bays will be done. See, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, I don't have to ride on promises because the progress is right there. One time I remembered there was a saying, say you could feel it, you could touch it, you could see it. Well, definitely you can right now. I was wondering what it was that was moving also in Andros. And I realized something. Right now, we have more people move home because they see the hope in that land. They see the progress that is taking place. Lands are being cleaned down. Houses are being built. More houses than ever before. Communities are uplifted. The voice of the people are stronger. As the economy moves, as we begin to build bridges, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I realize that we are coming closer now than ever before. I want to talk to my people in North Andros and the Berry Islands, especially tonight. And I want them to realize one thing. Politics come and politics will go. Make sure whatever it is that you're doing, it's not only in the best interest of yourselves, because people are going to come in you and they're going to throw promises. Oh, I can give you this, I can give you that. And I know you've realized one thing, that yes, after election, they're gone. When you decide that whatever it is that you want out of life, when you look at your children. As a member of parliament, I've made sure that entrepreneurs were made in Andros. New businesses exist. I made sure that children who were in school had extra scholarship in hands through my hands to ensure that some of them graduated. And one of them, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, one has graduated in top honors. Miss Calandra Woodside, a woman, a young lady right now who's well on her way of coming back home and bringing great success with her. She has done an excellent job. And that is someone I can say I am proud to know that was uplifted through the program that was in place with me. When you give, don't give for nothing in return. Whatever you do, always make sure that you do it from the bottom of your heart. And your good will come to you. Right, Angliston? Mr. Speaker, as I wrap it up now, because you know I'm not a long speaker, I just want you to know one thing. As we look forward to the upcoming months, we will be going into the silly season. We will be looking at so much different things that will be thrown among us. But I want everyone to know that after politics comes reality. After elections come reality. Let us come together as one and think what we can do for our communities and help one another every day. Let us not depend on a politician to come and say that, okay, I would give you a new job. Or I would make sure you have this or you have that. What this member of parliament is going to do is make sure he teach you how to fish. So when you learn how to fish, you can teach someone else how to fish and let them learn that too. This one ain't going to give you fish every day. He would help you, but you have to first help yourself. He will give you something, but that's something you must turn it into something more. This is when you're going to grow as an individual, and this is when you're going to grow to bring food into your homes. Remember, the kids that you have in your home don't wear a color. They don't wear a color of red, yellow, black, green, or blue, but they are innocent. Let us make sure that the choices we make in life, they are the ones to benefit from it, and they're innocent. Mr. Speaker, I would like again to thank the people of North Andros and the Berry Islands constituency and to let them know that I'm coming home because I don't just fly there. I want them to know that I live there and I miss you more than ever before. And I can't wait to be back there with you on Friday, God's willing. May God bless you, Mr. Speaker. May God bless you, honorable members, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, member for North Andros and the Berry Islands. As many. Chair now recognizes the member for Pinewood.
Thank you.
Before you proceed, Pinewood, the chair recognizes the member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the time, we have half hour to go. I think the member is entitled to an hour. Just as a little housekeeping, I think I would move the motion in the event it is needed that the business of this House proceed beyond the 7 o'clock hour.
It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceeds beyond the 7 p.m. hour this evening. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The business of this House shall proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour this evening. As many. The chair again recognizes the member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as always, I rise by the grace of God. My beloved big brother. And for the good of Pinewood. I am always mindful that this position in here does not belong to Ruben Lorenzo Reming. When I stand in the House, I represent that grouping of Bahamian people designated as Pinewood. And I always believe in acknowledging the one to whom I live, I move, I have my being, and that is God the Father. So yes, I stand by the grace of God and I rise, and I speak on behalf and for the good of the people of Pinewood. I support this midterm budget, and in the same breath, reinforce what I stated as to the next budget, and my firm, hard, whole, immovable position that the residents of Pinewood, after all these years of begging government in and government out, it is about time that when we go to do borrowing, as we inevitably shall have to, that Pinewood
is authorizing his government to extend that deficit to include the monies needed to address our flooding. It will be an injustice to my community as much as I know we are one people, one country, and Pinewood is not an island that can survive without Andros, Meguana, any other island. All of us must rise. But you must remember the African proverb that I've learned from my father, J. Carl, and gone all the way back to Josiah and Foxhill, yet home drum beats first. And as a member for Pinewood, I reiterate that nothing will please my constituents more but to finally see a government put the money where the mouth is and deliver my people from this vexing problem that has been going for 25 years. And we cannot say it can't be done because we would not have recognized that New Orleans was below sea level until one day the levee broke. And if a whole city could have been built below sea level, or like the great city of Venice on top of the water, held up by wooden pylons, I got to remind us what God said to the people in Babel, that if nothing that they imagine to do, that they can't do if they have the determination, the unity and the vision. I've seen that same drive in our administration, even amidst COVID and amidst the difficult task, a focus that achieved things. And I must remind people that my job is not to win another election. My job is to serve the time that I am called to. And I'm not so fully concerned with Reuben winning. The test of my leadership is if Pinewood wins. And they need to win. I have no axe to grind, no point to prove. I was a man before I came here, and I'll be one when I leave. I was loved before I came here, and I'll be loved when I leave. My daughter stroked my ego, and I'm always a happy man. But as a leader, I must represent those as I would represent my children. And I again repeat, I don't doubt this administration. I've seen what they have done. But I remind them fervently that I am counting on that same drive to help our people in the Pinewood constituency. And I say that with all faith and confidence in this administration.
The chair recognizes the member for, come on.
Honorable member for speaking so passionately on behalf of his constituents, because that is why he's here. And we all appreciate that. And I want to just say to him that Cabinet has been looking into some possible solutions for the challenges that face Pinewood. We're anticipating that in the new budget year, we're going to be able to test some of those systems in more innovative systems now that are being explored. And we anticipate that we're going to be able to test them in some areas that are a little smaller than Pinewood first. But the challenges in Pinewood are huge. And so once we are able to test those systems, we anticipate that we are going to be able to seek the funding that is required in Pinewood, because you have the challenges at the largest scale anywhere in the country. And so we ask you to look at what we seek to do in the next budget, and we anticipate that we will be able to test those systems throughout the country, because every constituency has a particular challenge, but Pinewood has it as a larger scale than anyone else. So I don't want to interrupt you, but I thought that I may be able to provide you some information that you see.
Thank you, sir, very, very much, and I'm so very, very glad. I'll take liberty and channel the spirit of the vexation of my people, nonetheless, because we have seen much done. We've seen under the former administration of the Right Honorable Hubert Alexander Ingram, when they had the engineers, Corps of Engineers came, we saw plans, we saw a lot of things. But I can't stop beating this drum till I see something happen. Again, I stand here and I acknowledge my faith in my colleagues, you know. But I'll invoke the spirit of Thomas. Our people need to see that print. And the print could be on a balance sheet somewhere out there. The gravity of how this impacted the people in Pinewood is best attributed to the epiphanies we would have had as a result of the shock that people would have been going through in Abaco with Dorian. Right now, we know that there are big, brave, strapping men who, with the clap of thunder or the rustle of the wind, have a shell shock because of their experience that they went through with Dorian. Could you imagine living decades in a community that whenever you hear the meteorologist say there's going to rain, you're thinking, should I lift my furniture? Could you imagine persons who have over and over again, when they calculate the cost of repairs to their homes and replacement of furniture and cars, could have paid their mortgage off twice? I don't have the liberty of just my faith. I count on my colleagues, but it must be done. And I thank my Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Carmichael, for his work in that regard. You know, during this pandemic, I often sit and I listen carefully to all the speeches in the House Assembly, and I try not to repeat things that would have already been addressed. And sometimes I feel that my job is to fill the gap. And there would have been some persons and groupings that from my eyesight, and also talking to my constituents who are unsung heroes, because the Bahamas has made tremendous milestones, and it's so sad that persons like the member for Exuma would represent everything, but will not in a single breath acknowledge progress or acknowledge anything good. And I find that so disingenuous that I think it misrepresents his character, that at all turns he can open up his mouth. So much so that there are times that Exuma has been so blessed by this administration that some of us other MPs say, what about us? But yet he find it and he counted robbery in his whole 2-hour debate to just simply acknowledge a good that is irrefutable, and that is wrong. That is wrong. We have to be better than that as the people, man. We have an opposition that refuses to even acknowledge the fact that the citizenry combined with the strategies of the government has brought the COVID situation to some degree of control, that right now we are high ranking in the world. Man, it can't all be about election, for God's sake. We should know, as would have been said to the member for Centerville, that we must be careful when he tried to mention things about the devaluation. Oh, I listen to Parliament even when, because I have to be here even if I'm outside of here. When he speaks about the devaluation of the dollar, he's speaking about that. And the member for Southern Shores had to correct him. You must understand, when we speak in this place, we are making statements that resound around the world. So when we go on roundabouts and put up that the Bahamas is filled with murders, and when we go about and saying the wrong things, you are the ones who are damaging the very economic recovery we are struggling to bring about. The recovery of the Bahamas, the success of the Bahamas should be resounding out of all lips, opposition and government, because when the tourism come back and the engine starts, it benefits everyone, FNM and PLP. When will we stop this childish foolishness? We do need opposition, because I've seen times when the opposition did point out things. And let me give you an example, because you think it's trivial, but this example you may think it's trivial, but it isn't. There was a chance when the opposition leader, and I heard him because I'm right in this position, showed us where a word, I forget it was an and or if, was in the wrong place in the bill that we passed. And we corrected it in the Senate. Because you know very carefully, and I'll give an example for the people so they can understand how important the comma is in law. When there was a man who was far away from his home and his wife went shopping, and she went into the jewelry store and saw this jewelry and said, honey, I saw a ring I want to buy for $100,000. And he went to the telegraph office and he told the telegraph, send a message to my wife, say, no, the price is too high. No, price too high. The man put the comma in the wrong place. The wife went and bought the jewelry. He took it to court. Because he put the comma in the wrong place. It's supposed to be no price too high. Instead, he put no price is too high. And so the woman thought the husband was saying that no price is too high for you, honey. Go buy the ring. Because the comma was in the wrong place. For those of you who are of the Christian belief, and you read with the scripture that says, when the enemy comes upon you like a flood, comma, God lifts up a standard. It gives the impression that the enemy comes upon you like a flood. But before it says, when the enemy comes upon you like a flood, it read as if the enemy floods you and God abandons you. Because the comma was in the wrong place. So even the opposition's contribution is valuable. But when it comes to the sovereignty and the credibility and the reputation of this country, we all should be on one page and on one accord. I wonder sometimes where is our statesmanship or womanship? It is sad when we play these games in here and there are people who are really hurting, but we beat on them and we say things to trigger their pain. Some of us of faith will not stand up and even find in our speeches the things that motivate people in times of crisis. Even parents know how to sing lullaby in the midst of bombs bursting and floods going on. I've seen World War footage where the enemies were attacking and the moms were consoling the child. We must get our country through this. And we have to do this together. But there are some unsung heroes, you know. I sit back and I've listened over and over again in the United States during the pandemic, how they were letting rapists and pedophiles out of prison. They were giving rapists and pedophiles a suspended sentence so they don't go to jail because of the COVID outbreaks in their prisons all around the world. Yet under Commissioner Murphy and our Department of Correction, there was one case of COVID, one case, listen here, one case of COVID in a bucket. Let's call the prison a bucket. See, listen here, our COVID cases running all over the place. They have to go into a confined environment that if they make one mistake and an outbreak occur, there is no way to control it. And we need to commend the prison services for what they have been doing through this pandemic. They have tremendous systems. I think even Commissioner Murphy had according to the news, was asymptomatic. He caught his own self and didn't spread it. I saw other officers do, you know, I want you to understand what this means. That means that those men and women in the prison service, even when they left work and at home, had to govern themselves accordingly because they know they're going back in that environment. You get what I'm saying? No, this is nothing against the police officer or the defense force officer. But the fact statement is they had explosion in the defense force. They had an explosion during the ranks of the police force. That's not a condemnation. They're out there dealing with a lot of things. It's just a reality. But here it is, this group of persons, this group of our security forces was able to manage and follow that protocol and protect the wards of the state. And they should be commended for the work they would have done. And you see, I know these things, you know, because even though getting the name MP and His Excellency as ambassador, I still went into the prison and trained people in the prison. Visit time with residents in prison. Train them in how to make money and beekeeping and set up programs for them and make my personal time to do it. Because guess what? They may be in there, but they got to come out here and interact with us. And to this day, many persons in Pinewood, when they come out, they say, hey, remember me? Yeah, you was talking to me when I was in prison. We do that. And while I'm at it, because, you know, and so that's what caused me to be intimately aware of some of these things, even down to the point that because of these same programs, and we are now getting to the point of appreciating food security, the prison is now tapping into that on a higher level. And now even the recidivism rate is down a bit. And that's why I am glad that one of the major issues with the prison system is them being transferred from under the public service and they could get the same basic benefit and treatment as the rest of the armed services. I am glad that this government is diligently working out the kinks to get that done for them. I am glad, and I'm saying this to be a reminder to you all that, boy, they do deserve it, because you can see how they act under pressure. They deserve the same treatment as the police and the defense force and everything else, because the police run behind them and catch them on land. The defense force run behind them and catch them on the seas. The courts rule and declare them guilty and then put them in the box with these people and they less than. These are the people certified to be a criminal. So they deserve it, and I got to commend this government, because I know from behind the scenes the level of work that is going on to push this and make this happen. I know from behind the scenes the hurdles that Marvin, the member from Mount Moriah, is pushing through. And I just want you to understand, things ain't just as simple as somebody striking a pen. But I know darn well, very well, that this government got the prison service in their heart. And that's going to come. That's going to come. So I had to commend them on that. You know, I was at a church service, Hillside Church of God church service the other day, and I'm still a church boy, so when I go to church, I don't do politics. But I sat there, and it was in my heart. And I also need to deliberately and blatantly and honestly take the time to commend also those in the religious sphere. You know, think about it really. The Bahamas is a Christian nation. Whether you believe them or not, well, about 70% of our people is Christian. Whether you think it or not, whether you act it or not. So even in that club you saw the other day where they had 90 people in 10 feet of space, but 70 of them was churchgoers. They just was unwinding before they go to church. Where would our strategy have been if this administration did not engage the church, listen to the church, explain to the church the things that might have been unchurchy so they could understand, and the church's strategy and their energies behind it? What would it have been if the church was a rebel and just go against this? This would have not succeeded. You know how many pastors I know caught COVID, and not randomly, because they, just like nurses, were on the front line. Because in the midst of that, they still were ministering, serving, and feeding. When churches' revenue dropped, they had their soup kitchens open. They were doing a bunch of things, and many things they did not advertise. So I want to commend all of our religious leaders for being our essential workers during this time. And actually, they have always been the salt of this earth and the light of this world in our community and in our country. And I commend them for that. And I thank them openly. And I'm glad that this administration, through its actions, did not necessarily have to stand up, because I was in the service and the leader of the opposition said, and he make a pledge that he will engage the church. I did smile to myself, but I was in church. Because I said, at least we don't have to go and make a pledge to do something that we have already done, because I clearly remember the gambling referendum. I clearly remember watching Parliament here, and the then member for South Beach, Cleola Hamilton, those stand up here and saying, yeah, render unto Caesar the things of the Caesar, and render unto God with the things of the God. In other words, telling the church, shut up, keep out of this. We got to do what we need to do. So you know what? I thank him for that commitment, even though very sincerely, not harshly, not even politically. In my soul, we don't need a Brave Davis leadership. But I thank him sincerely that at least he has come to that epiphany, that he made that public declaration. I've said before, I've been glad when I hear the emergency orders being read, and I heard the orders as relate to certain matters and say, according to the emergency order dictate of the Christian Council and the ministry, I stick my chest as a yeah. Yeah. And that's no secret place. Sometimes the church get briefed before us, as MPs get briefed. The Prime Minister comes to us, talk to everybody in the church, and then he's updating us on certain things. And I am glad about that level of interaction that we're having. In my constituency during this pandemic, there was a series of things we've been doing. And I've said before, from day one in this house, that I could take my people to water, but I can't make you drink. And you could come and you could say what you want, and I can remind you too. You know, people like say they judge young people, I judge my people too. Why didn't you take up this opportunity? From November, we have launched a post-COVID reintegration plan for our constituency that will enable our people to position themselves for opportunities that we need to do. I don't sit in my office waiting for phone calls. Quite frankly, if you look at it, from day one I've been in my constituency, and actually every single person who came into my constituency office, if they notice, they don't even get a call back from the constituency office. I handpicked the constituency office phone numbers, 392 good, 392 best, 392 team. If you live in Pinewood, your house number starts with 392. All you gotta do is remember good, best, or team, because that's all I want the constituency to be. I sat in Patelco for hours and demanded and worked until I got the numbers that I wanted to represent that office. But whenever you come in that office, my policy is very simple. I tell them, I say, if somebody takes the time to come to that office, I make the time to return a call. I ain't nobody God. You don't sit around waiting on no appointment for Reuben. I ain't your God, and I don't want to be your God. I just want to be accessible. And as soon as you come there and you leave your name and number, it comes to my phone. And sometimes before they walk into the constituency door, I return the call. Then I say, this is my cell phone, save the number. And so much so, if you look at these are blast lists of constituents. Each one of them get 300 in it. I'm going on 1,500 numbers. And so when, people still just talk foolish and say, "Miss, what you say you have my cell number. You have my cell number." And the office, actually during COVID, when all offices is closed, the phone number of Pinewood constituency office, we bought a cell phone, transferred to the cell phone to where the secretary and still was fielding calls. When it lightened up again, we doubled the staff in the constituency office, and we know there don't be enough money to double those staff, because we needed to more efficiently deal with the people. Because why? During the time of crisis, the difficulty with leadership is you can't hide. So we had to serve the people while respecting the rules of the day, and we stepped it up. And we do that every day. And we be responsive to people. And so we introduced the post-COVID integration plan, and it had a few stages in it. And the first stage was the job skills certification program online. Anybody, because why? You're home, you may be doing nothing, you're frustrated. Build these skills in all these areas, and it's certifiable. The government will recognize it, employers will recognize it. So when we come out of this, which we will, your resume is a little bit better. You're a little bit better. You can probably apply for a better position. I'm not happy with the response, but I thank God for those who do. And I'm reminding you that it's still there. That information converted, and then we're creating the online community skills and task bank. And then the second phase would have been into it, and I'm summarizing it because we have a limited amount of time. It's the community economic enhancement, which is a web-based platform. You heard me been talking about this almost from day one. And if time needed, I would tell you about my failures. But I can tell you this time, we got it licked. Because all the components that I needed in it is being beta tested now, because I wanted where it also has what you call it, the money transfer economic portal that persons could pay and move money and into it. And so soon what's going to be happening is we're going to be going to everybody in the constituency. You who have a skill, you who's a retired nurse, and you may want to put yourself up as a day worker. Somebody may need to hire a nurse. You don't want to go back to work, but you don't mind working on 3 days out of the week. You're still a skilled nurse. Just because you retire, actually, you're probably a better nurse because you had all those years of experience. And somebody may need to hire somebody to guard a relative or to service a relative. And through that same platform, they can find you, and they can even pay you through that platform. Even the churches can come on that platform, and if they want to, when you want to pay a tithe and offering, you can pay it through the community platform. Go straight to the church. We've had many persons like Nadia and also oh Lord, what's his name? On Walnut Street, right down the road from Evadne. The sailing people to build them sailing boats. Boy, listen here. Defense Force officer, young man struggling with cancer and everything else. They give him a death sentence. You got to excuse me. I remember the spirit of things, not the thing of that. And, and those, when you need help in financing, we will automatically, because the platform is so set up, can do a, what do you call that thing when they sponsor you? The GoFundMe, because that needs a financial setup and so on and so forth. We can certify you and we can help you with your fundraising. Every business and Pinewood, because why? I keep telling our people, listen now, money is red, yellow, green, purple, You think they care whether red is there for them, yellow is PLP, purple is BDF? When it comes down to economy, I'm trying to get my people to understand, you got to watch the Chinese, stop getting mad at them and watch them. They get together and they function, and trust me, they get the same bad hair, just like Bahamians, They just have a different perspective as it relates to cooperation and getting something done. Look at the Jewish people. $1 goes around with the Jewish community almost 19 times before it goes out to you. Could you imagine any community, any business that has 8,000 customers overnight is automatically a successful business? So why is it that there's poverty in any group of people that has that kind of mass, that has that kind of witness, meaning marketing? So one of the projects that we also going to be launching too, and the acreage would have been there. The last time I mentioned about that, that's when the guy, the PLB guy had the video up at Fred Mitchell in the backyard saying, I promised him $25,000. You remember that, right? Because it get me mad. There's a reason why I keep everything in my phone. Because the only thing that saved me from that fellow who come out there lying was the fact of I had the last text message, WhatsApp message I sent to him. And you know why I sent that message to him? Because he keep coming at me, and something in my spirit, I drive by and I saw something, say, Reuben, don't call him no more. Write it and send it to him. And the last thing he said to me was, okay, he acknowledged it. And that was the only thing that saved me from public scorn, because people believe I honestly go into a private individual and promise him $25,000 of the community money with no accountability, no access, no right to use land, no nothing, because he had his children around who were telling a sob story. But as a community, when we come together, there's a development that we already laid out. And when the final approvals come, that's going to test your resolve if you're really willing to work together for the benefit of everybody, or you want to just keep separating yourselves apart. That platform will help develop everyone and every opportunity and allow us to create a commerce within the constituency that will begin to spread wider and worldwide. So when I speak about the over 10 different community organizations, we have started from the Scouts to the co-op to even the beekeeping and the Toastmasters and the Kiwanis. These things are to help people polish yourself that are established in the community. And it's done in such a way that your MP don't walk around like the poster boys. Quite frankly, some of the things y'all think happening there, y'all think other people do it. You know why? Because I don't intend to be there forever. I want whatever is placed there to be there forever. So I must allow you to have sufficient ownership in it so that it is yours. You don't look at it and say MP, but my job still is every single thing in Pinewood. Those leaders know I ain't gonna let you fall. After every event, everything, let me see what happened, how it go, what's your shortcoming here, bump. But anybody can run around and say Pinewood don't pay their bills. So we support these things. So the economic empowerment is one. And then we have the social reintegration program, which is the expansion of all of our social programs, because there's more to come. And which is also about the renovations of our parks, which is very, very critical. We don't miss the Coy Street Park, Isaiah Taylor Festival Park, our baseball park. And I'm taking it further because we had a wonderful park, our park systems that we had in the baseball park, excellent baseball field. We get Gorendos out there. We have baseball recruiters coming in the back of Pinewood all the time. We have what we need to do to set up a league, but we had a bathroom in there from the time I came, and it's only because I cannot afford to fix it. I've been begging over and over and over again, and I was happy with the program of park renovation because these same boys and these parents are there, and they have no facilities because it's been run down. Pinewood has a beautiful tennis court, but it's been run down. So you know what? I'm the person who believes if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, you're stupid. And Reuben ain't stupid or crazy. So what I have done was I seek out like-minded professionals, and I've asked them that as these stuff are renovated, will you adopt them? So from now on, our tennis courts will be adopted by Mark Knowles. And there's going to be a trailer there for after school. And they're going to be training you in tennis. And our tennis court will no longer ever be run down whether I am there or not there. We're going to have our baseball park adopted by professionals. Our basketball parks adopted by professionals. So at the end of the day, you have someone that you can look forward to give you a vision. Or while you play on the tennis court, you know what it is to be around with tennis coaches who would have been around the world. And it motivates our people to do what they need to do and go where they need to go. Then, Mr. Deputy, I probably had more vexing things, so I thought that's probably why I get in some of that Linden Pilden gray. And I say that very respectfully. You know, Linden Pilden, as a little boy, you grew up seeing him, he always had like a little gray right here on the side. And I think we began to call that like a dignified senior statement look. And you see it, yeah, it's right in the corner here, the gray. Yeah, oh, yeah, I tell you, you know, when I came into Pinewood, one of the vexing things, and I have to thank this administration for pushing this forward, and I also give credit to the work that the former administration also did with that as well. But I thank this administration that despite all the austerity measures and the tightening of the belt and everything else, they did not, and see, that's why we have me really still hammering this issue with the flooding. Honestly, it's conflicting to me, you know. It's conflicting to me in this way. I understand and appreciate what this administration has been doing in hard times with the little it gets. I'm appreciative for all the things that they have actually done. So much so that if it was just a run-of-the-mill thing, I would proudly still look at my people's faces and listen here. I know some of you all still vexed, but people got fed. I know some of you all still vexed, but you all civil servants, you're still working. We're still doing things. I know some of you all vexed will be doing these things. But please understand that flooding issue is in a category all by itself. If you dress me in gold and give me a chariot and say, Reuben, I'll move you on a hill and light the key, I still have to decry that issue. That is the heart and soul problem of my community. But I thank the administration because this issue, they paid this bill off. And I think it's to the tune of over 20 million on the Pinewood Gardens project, which involved the residents who are east of Buttonwood, people in Nassau Village, people in Seabreeze. I always frame it this way. Remember when the church got knocked down by Iraq Home? And all those other things, land got tussled with and taken from persons, and they want it in the Privy Council. So I'm not trying to say, well, I could call it wrong, but it was legal. And a lot of these persons were disadvantaged. And we have completed the largest milestone, which is to settle up that with the landowner, Iraq Home. From day one, and you can check my Facebook page because I give regular community updates to my people all the time. Video updates, so they can understand. We had that meeting, we brought the AG in and explained to everybody what this administration is going to do, and it was just my job to keep the feet to the fire. And during that meeting, 3 years ago, one of the things he told about the steps that needed to be taken. And after we were to settle this, we need to get all your documents together so we could regularize the land, we could do the survey. I even allowed a space in my constituency office. See, some people look at the constituency office as an F&M office. The constituency office is a government office. That's the community office. That's why I thought it was foolishness, and I understand what he's trying to do when the person who was distributing food, I said, man, come right to the constituency office. I said, y'all got to realize, no, I'm a member of Parliament, I'm elected as a member of Parliament. I'm saying this ain't an F&M thing. I'm speaking on behalf of my community. I said, listen here, I spoke to the pastor in the church, the Fellowship Baptist Church, and said, sir, would you allow your church to be a distribution son? You know why? I'd be following my people there. I stalk them. Because when the food distribution comes, I drive in to see how my people are on those lines, and I didn't like it. So I recommend to the person responsible for our division, I said, listen here, it's even better for our people. I will find you a distribution. If you don't want to use my constituency office, I will find a church. And I got their permission. I say, the packages for Pinewood, just distribute it right there. It's easier for the people, whatever else. I say, if you want delivery, I'll help you with delivery. But all I'm simply trying to do is make it easier for the system and to make it easier for my people. But most importantly to me, I'm very concerned about dignity in giving. I'm very concerned about that. That's why it may hit me hard coming up in this campaign season. They say, Ruben ain't doing nothing, but let me tell you something. I'd rather take the low blow and you saying I ain't doing nothing than for me to stand up on there. And I ain't criticizing nobody who do it. This is just me. This is just me. My personal you. And so far, I can't bend from it. Than for me to stand up there posting picture with me giving somebody a coupon. See, my Bible says God gifts come without sorrow. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, if it were you that was in need of food, like many people you know, who are able to take care of themselves, they never had to go to social services. One of the things that happened at NIB, and people was criticizing NIB, and they criticized me when I said it wasn't that NIB was deficient. NIB was very efficient. They were just inundated. And literally 1 month, NIB had more engagements than they would have had in 5 years. I think they used to do like, what, 8,000, 9,000, I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. They had over 30,000. And as much as we keep adding people to help with the backlog, so it had nothing to do with the government hates you or the government didn't want you or people doing this or that to you. It was just the nature of the volume. So I have problems if I have to go and give people, help somebody with furnishing to go ahead and post that on Facebook, I give this woman her bed. And then not only that, I just simply ain't stupid. Some things I don't like to advertise because I don't want people to think that I have some inexhaustible source of thing. I listen to the foolishness about MP's salary, and I dare anyone to say in here, and I can listen as one of the oldest longest serving member of parliament in here. And I guarantee you, if I ask, I can listen right now, how much of that salary she actually be taking home. How much she gives out of her own personal self. And every single MP, some of you can't get in the House of Parliament without $50, $100 coming out of your pocket. Man, come on, man. And we give and we do, and sometimes we give to our own detriment. But I refuse certain things. I simply refuse to do. And if the person don't stand up and say, yes, Ruben, help me, well, I'll take it because I know one reward I want to get. I saw Jesus looking at the widow's mite, and he looked at how people was giving, and she said, that widow who gave that might give more than one who gave all the money because she gave it from the heart. And when I give somebody something, I give that to help them, not bring shame to them or to expose their weakness. There have been times I would have gone Christmas shopping for a list of children that we created. I drive 3 houses down, call the parent outside and give it to the parent. And I tell them the MP should not have to come and give your child a present because you're broke. I will not steal that dignity from you as a parent. I say, now you go walk in there and I can tell you what's in the gift and give it to your child and you be the hero for your child. Yeah, they grieved me so much that I had to put a video there and it's vexing me. They tell people, man, listen, no MP's supposed to treat your ma better than you. And it's not because I have a problem helping a senior citizen, you know, because God knows that's my longevity and that's my blessing. That's my history and that's my nino, that's my way. But when I come in there over and over and I hear some of these senior people get high-ranking people who are sons and daughters, and every single day she calling the MP, and she's not giddy in the head. Man, take care of your mom. Man, listen, one of these days I can give you all a true MP account, and all the run on, yeah, maybe somebody make money or whatever, that's your business. I give my account for you to see what is actually going on. But with this project going on here, in polling division number 11, which I'm doing work on right now, and I have to give Mr. Henry Moxie from Public Works a lot of credit. And why I give him that is because of his character and how he takes his job. I've dealt with a lot of people with flooding the Pinewood, so I could say this. He has been responsive, and whenever he engaged me, I don't sense no MP, so I sense human. Someone who killed. When polling division number 15, the same one who 11, which has also been impacted by the same Iraq home debacle, just in the latter quarter of last year, had the flood when the heavy rain came. There was 2 feet of water in there. I couldn't even get a Jeep in there. And I sat back because I always look at the maps of Pinewood and the topographical map to see where the low point is and this and that. And I was wondering why nothing could be there. And despite the evidence on the map, we went, I spoke to Mr. Moxie. We went there, not political campaigning, not campaigning. We went there and we walked around and said, man, there gotta be a solution here. We walked the whole area. We went in the back of people's yard and looked in their wells to see where the water table was. And I said, whoa, this water table we agreed, water table is lower than we thought, so we could get a drain. And the first 2 sets of drains are being drilled in those areas right now. And I've been petitioning for at least another 6 more. And to the Minister of Education, that long wall on Sadie Curtis, it looks like about 1,000 feet. That wall is not Pinewood, that's actually Nassau Village. I've undertaken to even keep that clean because it's looking at my people's face. And I ain't getting nitpicky over that. It used to be dirty a lot. As you can imagine, the kids have to traverse that long distance to come around. And I was speaking with the engineer, and there's a twofold simple problem that can help everyone. If somewhere nearing the point of the wall that lines up with the back part of the building, if they could put one small entry gate that you could control, only when school starts and ends, one security, the child, instead of walking all the way up to Charlestown, the side, they could just go in straight into the school. And the main part of that gate too, it helps us with a plan too. That wall serves as a dam for that area. You will see, even from the engineering surveys from 2010, the photos in there show the marks on the wall. The marks on the wall is people that high. And you know how large that school field is large. What that would do, that would allow for equalization of the water in that area. It may not solve the problem for the residents, but it could possibly mean the difference between 1 inch going in your door and 1 inch just under your threshold. And that little thing, because why? When you're desperate, you go and you do everything. I buck a young lady followed me to my constituency office. She saw me in polling division number 11. And I happened to be in front of my constituency office on my phone answering calls and messages. She pulled up in the car. She said, I thought you was coming to my house. I said, Mom, I wasn't campaigning, you know. I was doing the business of working for you guys. And she said, boy, because I want you to meet my brother. Well, I canceled an appointment. I said, let me know, I'll follow you back home. And I met him. Because everything isn't about campaigning. Right now, for me, I'm still in the service mode. But this also segues into something that really irks me. Yes, I'm glad that the people in Pinewood, Nassau Village, and Seabreeze are now getting to the point where they're going to have regularizations of title. And the normal person would say, oh, thank you, Jesus, something is happening, that's good. But in my opinion, a terrible injustice has happened to these people. And I guarantee you in my next turn, I can raise hell about this. And I can start now. Because in my opinion, and I'm saying this, I'm asking for advice. I'm hoping to find them one set of lawyers who really get the courage to go against the system. Because how is it that decent, hardworking, Bahamian people could go to a bank? The bank could tell them, for us to give you this loan, you got to go to our land appraiser. The bank could tell them, for us to accept your loan, you got to go to a lawyer of our choice. And then they play the game of choices. You know, they can give you 10 of their lawyers, and any 10 of their lawyers, you could choose. And part of the argument also is when you choose our lawyers, see our lawyers straight and we respect them and everything else. Guess what? It was your lawyers that screwed up the land document that cost the government to have to pay $20 million, cost these people all kind of anxiety and pain and suffering. Because listen, these banks think they're going to wiggle out from this. Those lawyers supposed to have mortgage indemnity, insurance, and whatever insurance to go against this. And if the land title was flawed, it is not the problem of the homeowner, and it shouldn't have been the problem of the government, which makes it a problem of me, you, and everyone who don't live in Pinewood. But we need to stop allowing these banks to slip through the cracks and play their kind of reindeer games with people's lives and make criminals. And why I say they make criminals of them? Because the way that land was done, even though Ira Holmes won their thing in court, it's still as if they squat on that land or try to thief on that land. Because you know why? Until you find the culprit, then the buck must have stopped with the people. But every one of them who got their mortgages, that should have been detected by the bank. And they should have been protected by the bank. And as far as I'm concerned, the bank should pay them reparation. You know, frankly, I am sick and tired of how many of these commercial entities in our country, instead of doing business with Bahamians, they do business to Bahamians. And that is sad. And they brag about the decades they've been here and a couple of dollars they give here and there when their practices are predatory. You know, and this is one of the reasons why, honestly, we need to persist with and ensure that the minister administration get reelected, you know. See, sometimes you need to see what's going on. You see one of the salient things being pushed into that land reform. We're building the land registry, which will eventually clear up all this foolishness so people come stop thieving your land and acquiring your title. Land is the only asset even better than cash that you could transfer down the line and you could bless your children, your children's children, your children's children, and on again. I remember when property in Blair used to sell for $6,000. See, you could buy property in Blair. You can't park in Blair for $6,000. But no, that is an injustice. Even down to this action with the inquiry of title and how they go about doing, bringing 90-year-old people into court to swear a deed and win the case only to transfer your land to yourself. Listen, there's some crooked lawyers in this place. And the Bar Association need to look out for that. And it's hurting people and disenfranchising families. That's why I support that he's all in, our Prime Minister is all in, Michael giving people land, Michael giving people land deeds and taking care of their rectifying the situation. And we see the fight for sovereign wealth. But the greatest wealth is this land. This land is your land. This land is my land. And the Prime Minister, I have to say, is hell-bent on ensuring that you have access. He even refused to charge you for your land. That administration used to go ahead, develop land, say they're developing home, and make something on you. This government saying the only thing you're paying is what it costs to make it best for you. And now when you go and you get land, you get enough equity in the land without a dime in your pocket, with a good job. You can go to the bank and you can actually get a mortgage and finish it. So in other words, from the time you get something that minister is offering at land, you literally could be in your house in 6 months. Because the stamp duty is waived. First owner's benefit is waived. You get duty exemption on all your material that you want to do for that same property he give you. And there's enough equity in the land that you don't got to beg nobody. Not even your ma or your pa. We so fixated on COVID that we missing the whole boat of what's been going on. This government has been working and walking and chewing gum. So don't be so fixated on the things we can't control. Give God thanks, celebrate, access, and take advantage of the things that are there for you. This administration made a promise that they could stick to because we done passed that long time. So we're going to give $25 million over 5 years to help small businesses. Guess where we at now? We need $50 million. See, no, sometimes certain show, you got to show people what they're looking at, you know. Oh, minutes this, minutes that, this one that. Everybody's a child of God. But show this, the man could have gone and say, election promise, finished. $25 million, he paid it off long time. He gave it that long time. But you know what the man doing? Because you buy into his vision. Because you oversubscribe, the man double it. Let me tell you something, if I was yours and I see that kind of example, I would oversubscribe some more. Because it seems from this administration that if it's something good and you are buying into it, they are willing to keep moving the envelope and expanding the envelope just for you because they believe in opportunity for small businesses and ownership for people. This is not political rhetoric. This is an indisputable fact. And let me say it slowly. If you call it politics, we politically promised to give you $25 million over 5 years to help you develop your small business. In the words of the former Prime Minister, so said, so done. It was oversubscribed, and we were pleased of the entrepreneurship and the drive of our people. We double it in the next 5 years. In midstream, in a pandemic, the House of Assembly ain't got no food, the two meats, that gone. When I was coming here, my daughter ran to the car, bring me back. The daddy stick something in your bag. And it's a good thing because I came here, didn't eat anything, and I remember she stick something, guess what it was, an apple. No, I'm serious. And I ate my apple, nothing in there for us to drink. Austerity measures all across the board. And in the midst of that, the man double it, and then the only thing you'll hear the opposition say is, you doing something to the coconut boys. Who getting grants? And let's understand this seriously, you know. Because if we do this, we judge God wrong. God says, I care for no one to go to hell. And then he put his son on the cross to die. He said, you don't got to jump no hoops. You only got to look up and accept. Yet the same God said, broad is the way that leads to destruction. You can't sit and blame the government if you fail to apply or you want to give up just because there's a lot more people on the line than you. What would happen to the woman with the issue of blood if she's worrying about the people in the line? Stick with it, because you've already seen by action this government is willing that as long as they say, okay, port empty, and they look, say more people, mother said, cook another port. Boy, if I was you, I would make the SBDC, Ministry of Agriculture, and where all the grants is, Ministry of Education, and the college, I would make them crash like a server overlaid by Amazon doing Black Friday. We'll crash that. And force the government to say, wow, my people are excited. Let's give them more. We have done well, Mr. Deputy. Hey, we're not what we want to be, but this country sure ain't what it used to be. You know, let me end this, and I may need some help across the way, because it's just my spirit speaking, man. You know, around this time, because it happens to me too, and a lot of my residents in Pinewood, when you don't have food, run out of gas, you know, you used to have BMW, now you're catching bus. You tend to sit back and you remember that $1,000 you blew on dinner trying to impress a gal. You remember that unnecessary trip you did. You remember, because why? When you at a certain point, you sit back and say, mother, what if we didn't waste this? And I sat back and I said, you know, we just came in to power, we did a lot of austerity measures. The last administration was so bad off, they was even paying dead people. What happened to that audit we did? Remember when the minister administration came in? We literally had to call, let everybody in the civil service, including me, go and prove we alive. You all thought we was crazy. Because the system was double paying, triple paying people who died a long time, wastage. Wastage. Some people get upset. I think they got upset because even the Governor General had to go and verify that she is who she is. It was that serious in this country when we came in. When we sit here, how much money we spend on food? 40 million. Let's look at something. How much that Bamsey problem cost us? How much? The Bamsey burning down problem cost us. Let's round it up to 5 minutes. How much, and you can help me this Ministry of Education, but how much Academy cost us? 35. And just so my Pinewood resident knows, the now leader who wants to be Prime Minister took $35 million of your money gone to the church property without their permission. Am I right, Mr. Minister of Education? Stripped the building down, say he renovated the school, and nobody even tell him he can do that in the first place. And now it's a stalemate, and that's 38 million. So 38 million plus 5. Where we at now? Let's throw in some carnival. And I just promise to stop because it's going all day. All right, so when you throw in carnival, how much that is now? Oh, no. No. So let's be generous because it was 20 something. Oh, I think it was almost 30 million. But anyway, let's throw 15. Somebody say 15 plus 38 plus 5. How much that is? Y'all help me, man. That's what, 58? What is that? We may have to add one little something on that. I remember in this House of Assembly when the member for Carmichael sat right across there. And he was talking about contract, and the member for Cat Island was sitting right here. And like a church mouse peeing on cotton, I tell you, I'd be listening to the House Assembly when I'm in here. That's from Yamacraw. He sat here quietly when the member for Carmichael showed him a contract for a water treatment plant that was supposed to be $8 million, I think. It didn't get done. He going to pay another $8 million on top of that. It didn't get done. I think he might have paid more. So let's add another $8 million to that. See, you could go back and you could see clear, glaring cases where millions have been wasted. I try to forget that. I try to forget that because our member for East Grand Bahama was getting gray hair. I've seen him coming here and pleading over and over because the books were cooked. Well, since you won't go down there, let me take another 30 seconds just to run on something because this hurt my heart. It hurt my heart how we play games with people. I remember watching on Facebook a young lady, and I'm going to still remember this because one of her constituents was on Facebook saying how the government fired her from a 52-week program. And I was like, what? You've been to a 52-week program. If I'm correct, I definitely know she pulled the first year. The program ended for somebody else. How could you say the government fired you? Then I remember the Minister of Education in here in the same house was explaining to all of us when they said, oh, you firing people. When you went and hired people who was not properly hired in the government system, you set aside money in a separate account so the people saw a government paycheck coming and thinking they was employed, but the account had enough money for 90 days, which means 30 days before election, 30 days after, 30 days they're gone. So even if they had won, you'd get fired anyway. And they were never properly civil servants, and we had to deal with that. The wasteness, the carnage, the disrespect. And when we look at the hard times we are now, sometimes we need to sit and look back and say, what if all that money had not been wasted? And we hadn't gone into the monies with the hurricane, the previous hurricanes, and so on and so forth under them. So what I'm simply saying is we have a lot to be thankful for. I stand as the first and say this administration isn't perfect. But by the grace of God, it has been more effective than any has been in any recent time. Remember before the storm hit, we had unemployment down to a 20-year low in this country. And the only thing you hear is that there's a high unemployment now. What do you expect? Well, go back to our record, because if you're going to bring it down then, keep us in power, and you'll realize that we can bring it down again, because that's our track record. Not downgrade after downgrade after downgrade. It took a catastrophic event of biblical proportion that impacts the whole world. All right. To get us to do once what they did 5 times. Pinewood accepts, and Pinewood supports this bill. Pinewood rep.
Thank you, member for Pinewood. The chair recognizes the member for Angliston.
I was sitting here and hearing the spirited contribution of Pinewood, but I wanted to remind him that the downgrades or the blacklistings preceded any storm. And so I'm wondering if he could go back and have a look at when the economy was being marked in that way. And I think with the blacklisting and the downgrades and the airport, all of these things happened. But the airport might have been post the hurricane, but there was impact on the economy before the storm.
As many. Yeah. 2 seconds response. You already I gave you 3 minutes over already.
Downgrade the ever recurring event that I judge no government on, but I could judge them because some of the things that led to the downgrade that impacted this administration was as a result of issues that they did not address. I know that to be a fact. I stand on that firmly because I've heard it out of the AG's mouth himself when he articulated that in the Senate. My job as a member of Parliament for Pinewood is not to sit there being cute and crack and joke. I listen, I pay attention. And if some of the things that they would have addressed, we would have been ahead of it. And then we must understand that those people hate small island developing countries and they are oppressing us. So blacklisting, I still would not beat any government on that. But the downgrade, arrest.
As many. Chair recognizes the member for
Deputy, I rise to reserve for Cardinals tomorrow morning.
reserving.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the business of this House suspend until 10 a.m. Thursday, the 4th of March, 2021. Second.
Being moved and seconded that the business of this House suspends to the 4th of March, 10 a.m. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing would rise. This House is hereby suspended to the 4th of March, 2021 at 10 a.m.
All right.